All right, guys, we have one presentation today before our council meeting, and we're going to get that out of the way now. And I'm joined here by my colleagues. I have from right to left, or my right to left, Councilman Stephen Herzberg, Vice Mayor Brian Morera, Councilmember Alex Sanchez, and Councilmember J.C. Fernandez. With that, I'd like to invite a representative of the Mental Health Task Force that we have here in town to come on up. There we go. We have the Colonel, Bill Perez, and I'm sorry, but Marley Hernandez, there we go, from Mental Health. So for those who don't know, last year in the fall, we held our first ever Mental Health Awareness Festival, the Fall Festival, right? And as part of that, half the proceeds were going to be donated to a charity of the committee's choice. And that charity ended up being our local Girl Scout troop, who is here to accept. But with that, I'm going to turn over to the Colonel to talk a little bit more about the Mental Health Festival, just to put on people's radar so they know to go this coming year, and to go ahead and formally introduce our recipients.
Right. Thank you very much, Mayor. My name is Bill Perez. I'm a retired Marine Corps Colonel. That's why he kept on calling me Colonel. I'm a member of the Mental Health Task Force on behalf of Lindsay Wallach, who is the chairwoman of the task force. I really appreciate the town and the Girl Scouts for everything they do. The Fall Festival was a pumpkin festival, and basically we sold pumpkins to, and had pumpkin painting, and we had a bunch of different mental health providers that were around providing information. What we tried to do was we tried to attract families and children, because we had a whole bunch of events, we had laser tags, we have a bunch of things going on. And as they went through, they were able to meet with some folks who were mental health providers, because we want to make mental health care approachable and get rid of the stigma. And so one way we figure is if you have something fun to do for kids, the parents will show up and the grandparents will show up, and then they'll be able to hear about that. Especially with, after COVID and everything, the level of anxiety and the level of distress is so much higher. But we decided to, split the proceeds that we made from the festival. And the festival is going to be held every year. It's going to be held in October, so please look for the next date. We'll have another charity we're splitting the money with. And we're going to split this year's money with our first annual Fall Festival with the Girl Scout Troop 902. Can you please come up? And let me tell you about this Girl Scout Troop, because they do so much. First thing, I met them because they were connecting. I'm also the chair of the Veterans Committee for the town. They were connecting veterans with, rescue animals to become service animals. And another project that they're working on is trying to have those veterans who have service animals who have to get treatment at the VA hospital, have a place to put their service animal that's near the VA hospital that will bring the service animal after the service dog to the veteran after the treatment's done, surgery's done, so they have their family member there, which is their service animal. So, and the last thing that they're doing for us is, the persons who are going to walk around and take down the names of everybody's QR, tree and stuff to do QR codes. It's those folks. So they're going to volunteer to do that. So I'm very honored to present a check. I told the girls that I think the check's for $1.50. I think it's a little bit more than $1.50. Yeah, for $1,847 to the Girl Scout Troop 902. So I think you can buy a lot of badges for that one.
The real check's in the mail.
The real check's in the mail. That's right. Trust us, we're the government.
Right here first? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Bill and Marley, and thank you very much, guys, for being here. We're going to get started shortly, so hang tight, and we'll get underway. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started. Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll go ahead and I'll lead us in the pledge this time. Go around. Hands over your hearts. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The prayer today, please stay standing, will be led by the Vice Mayor.
Bow your heads and pray. Lord, Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here to this council chambers. We pray that you bless us with wisdom, foresight, and a kind knowledge of the desires of our residents. We pray that you help us carry out the best interests of all of our residents through your Son, Jesus Christ. We pray, amen.
Amen.
Amen. You may be seated, and I got a little ahead of myself. We adjourned the meeting at 6:30 p.m., and Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Present.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Present.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia is absent. Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Mayor Diegues.
I am here.
You have quorum, Mayor.
Excellent. We are now moving on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. Are there any motions as to that? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to propose moving up the budget amendment item. I know a lot of people are here to discuss that item, so I think it would be helpful to our audience to have that one discussed earlier.
Where do you want to move it to?
That's what I was trying to figure out. After public comments.
Okay, so 14A to after public comments. I'm also going to go ahead and suggest that we take up 16C immediate or together with 14A, since they're similar items. That is Councilman Cuadra Garcia's discussion regarding the budget amendment. Are there any other proposed motions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hertzberg.
I suggest we move 16F, G, and J. They're all regarding the STD gate guard, so we should just hear that together.
So just take it together when we tackle 16F.
Correct. So
Okay.
G and J with F.
Got it. G and J.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, who else?
Mayor, just a recommendation, since
Yes.
I can't make a motion, and I don't think the Vice Mayor will object. The Special Needs Advisory Board report and his item 16D are interrelated, so those should be discussed together.
So moved.
So I'm going to recap the various changes, right? So we're going to move 14A and 16C to right after public comments. Those are the items dealing with the budget amendment. We're going to take up 16F, G, and J together related to the NSD, or now Special Taxing District guard gates together when we get to 16F. And then we will take up the Vice Mayor's item on the DeMoya Foundation at the same time that we take up the Special Needs Advisory Board report. Is there a motion?
Mayor, just a point of clarification. I think you said 14A and C. I think you meant 14A and 16C.
Oh, yes, sorry, yeah, 14A and 16C, yes, just to be clear.
So moved.
Yep.
Yeah.
So moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The agenda is amended. And so with that, let's begin with public comments. Madam Clerk?
Good evening and welcome to the regular council meeting. If a person is wishing to participate in remote public comments, welcome to the meeting. Just be reminded that you have to click on the reactions icon and select raise hand, and IT will allow each participant to speak one at a time. And if you can also remotely want to call in live just to listen to the meeting, the only thing you need to do, and you want to speak as well, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and IT will allow you to speak. All these comments and questions from the attending public shall always be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the meeting, public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Welcome, and if you're here in the council chambers and you want to participate, please just approach the podium. Welcome, and be reminded to state your name and address for the record.
Hey, Bonnie, I'm sorry, the mic is still off. Thank you.
Bonnie Cintrone, 14770 Lewis Road. Good evening, Mayor Dieguez, Mr. Peterman, council members, and staff. There are several items I want to comment upon, but I'll go through them as quickly as possible. Number one, Lake Patricia and Lake Catherine neighborhoods have to get their electrical wires underground. Please bring some pressure to FP&L to get this done. For many years, we've been told that we were next on the list, but the disfiguring of our canopy trees due to the drastic pruning around the power lines is very demoralizing, and worse yet, it's destructive to the resilience of the trees in the event of a storm. Two, something must be done to coordinate with Opa-locka air traffic controllers and/or the FAA to return the flight path for approaches and departures to the more narrow corridor that it was until about 5 or 6 years ago. The funnel-shaped patterns that exist now put far more residential areas in great danger. Also, it should be noted that the new diagonal runway was supposed to bear most of the traffic because it prevented broad areas of residential homes from being in harm's way. Instead, they're using the long east-west runway for most of the traffic, putting more planes and pollution over the more residential areas, as well as daycare centers and schools. It also causes two flight paths to actually intersect each other on the final approach area right over the residential areas, which is a very bad situation. Number three, my son had a great plan for alleviating some of our traffic congestion involving the bridges on I-75. The FDOT sent him a letter confirming that they wanted to implement it, and it was something that they themselves had been wanting to do, even before it had been suggested by him. The only thing they needed to proceed was approval by both the Hialeah and Miami Lakes councils. I've asked Derek to resubmit his plans to you so that you can see them, in the hopes that you'll see what you can do to get that plan adopted. He would have been here himself, but he had to work tonight in Palm Beach. 4, lastly, I want to speak about the possible foreclosures due to liens on properties. I rarely find myself disagreeing with my dearest friend, Hope Reynolds, but as I read her opinions on this issue, some different thoughts came to my mind. First, I do not view our current local government officials as trying to purposely be unfair to our residents. I don't see them as enemies or in any way trying to be a communist-style regime trying to confiscate private property. Those people like Hope who experienced this type of travesty firsthand are naturally very leery of any actions that bring that action to mind. But as I see it, the attempts of our town government to make property owners comply with our town codes is actually done for the protection of all of us. Our property values are being protected because homes that do not comply with our codes tear down the appearance and well-being of the community in general. I believe that anyone who purchases a property in Miami Lakes, or any other community for that matter, has the responsibility and the obligation to abide by the town's rules and codes, just as any immigrant coming to our country has to abide by our laws or face the consequences. Freedom comes along with citizen responsibility. Of course, I do think that each case of a foreclosure or lien must be given careful consideration to individual, I'll just finish, to individual needs or hardships. Properties on the foreclosure list must not be homesteaded properties. Accuracy is vitally important. People who are in need of help should be accommodated, but otherwise the town does indeed need to have the ability to enforce its codes.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Or else the whole aesthetic and harmonious look of the town will deteriorate, and no one wants to see that happen.
Thank you,
So thank
Bonnie.
you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker. Oh. If, gentleman in the black polo, if you want, you can sit there, and then when Dave is done, you can go ahead. Name and address, Dave.
Okay, Dave Oliver. I live over here in Lock Isle, and I've been heading up our senior softball program for the last 15 and a half years, a program that we really appreciate the support of the town. You've done a great job keeping us up to date with a great field number 2 right next to parking, and we really appreciate that. The town of Miami Lakes is very special, and one of the reasons it's special is because you have standards here. But there's one area that we need to upgrade to get into the proper standard, and that is the Miami Lakes Optimus Park where we play. And there's just certain things that need to be improved, and so we understand that there is a movement underway to upgrade this at a reasonable, acceptable, digestible cost, and we really appreciate your support for this program to improve the Optimus Park. I'll make one final observation considering the makeup of the people behind the dais. At our game on Monday, we had 26 players. 24 were Latins. And there's 2 kind of Latins that play geezer ball. The ones that never shut up, and the nuns that do not say a word. There's no middle ground. It's one or the other. And those of us who are not Latin, we appreciate what's going on. We don't understand it, but we appreciate what's going on.
Dave, I'm sorry.
Thank you for your support.
I need your address, though, before you go. If you can state your address into the record,
Oh,
please.
15314 Lock Isle Drive East.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, very good, Josh.
Next. Name and address, sir.
Hello, my name is Nathan Padilla, 15549 Miami Lakeway North, apartment 202, Miami Lakes, Florida 33014. Last month, I presented you with a petition to redevelop some of the tennis courts at Miami Lakes Optimus Park into dedicated pickleball courts. When we last spoke, I told you about the sport, its growth, the community, and what it's asking for, and the current state of the courts at MLOP. This time around, I want to paint a more personal picture for you all. Currently, there are 4 full-size tennis courts available, with 2 of them having pickleball nets installed. With only 2 pickleball courts, the community is facing many issues while trying to play. The first of which is wait times. While currently 8 total people can be playing at a time, the crowd grows sometimes to 16, 24, 32, and sometimes more, and people would often be waiting close to an hour just to play one game. I've personally started noticing a trend of people leaving after playing one game, or often opting to go to a different park instead of MLOP to avoid the wait times. I would rather see our residents enjoying our parks instead of going somewhere else. The second issue is the positioning of the current courts. The mesh on the surrounding fences is supposed to help prevent the wind from interfering with the games played as much as possible. For tennis, since the ball and rackets are much heavier, the current configuration works well. But for pickleball, with the ball and paddle being lighter, there's much more interference since we are playing in the center of the tennis courts. By optimally using this space with a dedicated pickleball courts, the mesh on the fence would be much more effective at doing their job and suppressing any wind interference. Lastly, I wanted to tell you a bit about my personal experience and a sentiment that many of us residents share. The sport is growing fast. I started playing a few months ago. In that time, I have met a wide range of people from different ethnicities, age generations, and sexes. Some who have been playing for over a year, some a few months, and others who are just starting, and everything in between. Every month, there are new faces consistently showing up to either learn the sport or to find people equally as experienced, closer to home. The community is generally very welcoming, and we love to see more people and competition. If it keeps growing the way it is, without the room to grow, then some may end up discouraged, while others go elsewhere. I've personally witnessed and spoken to residents who are preferring to leave the city and go to parks that do have the room for people to play. I lived in Miami Lakes my entire life. I love living here. I love this community. But I don't want to see it stagnate. I want Miami Lakes to grow with its residents and live up to its logo when it says, Miami Lakes, growing beautifully. Thank Thank you very much. I want to show the support of all our pickleball communities. If we can all stand up, guys. This is our community here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Name and address for the record.
Daniel Gonzalez, 6971 Bottle Brush Drive.
All right. Those that play pickleball Optimus Park, can you stand up one more time?
But I would ask though, just that you please stand, but no more clapping.
Of course.
Thank you.
They stood up.
Standing is
Of course. Can you
acceptable.
just stand up? I just want to give them a feel for the amount of people that play Optimus Park. For those that are not familiar with pickleball, has a max player amount of 4 people. We have 2 pickleball courts in Optimus Park. Take a look around. You saw how many people were standing up? That's probably like 15% of the total amount of people that play pickleball every day. I graduated from FSU a few months ago, probably like around 6 months ago, last May. When I showed up to Optimus Park, I knew no one. I had been 3 years in Tallahassee, and I came back home to find a new sport to connect with people. And in those months that I've been here, just a few months, I've gone from knowing 0 people to now having a community of friends and partners spanning over 50 people. Everyone that showed up today, I did not know their names. And they came up to show up with me and with this entire group today for the love of the sport. This isn't just about playing pickleball. This is about creating a community in Miami Lakes. What other courts are there? There's PSN, there's one at McDonald's, but what makes these parks special isn't just the courts themselves, but who shows up. When PSN has their lights break, what happens? Everyone from PSN comes for PSN and comes to Miami Lakes. Why? Because they know Miami Lakes has good lighting up to 9:30, which other parks do not have. They have pretty good courts and pretty good nets. The park isn't bad, but it just is not meeting up with the standards of the amount of people that are coming. People from Hialeah, people from PSN, and I know you guys really care about the community. You guys care about businesses. When these people come to play at Miami Lakes, when they come to Optimus Court, I know other people are also using that same park, but when they come for pickleball, these people from other communities are staying in Miami Lakes. When we finish playing, where are we going? Main Street? We're eating at Cancun. We're eating at Cien Montaditos. We're staying here. This is profit that's coming from other districts, other municipalities, coming to Miami Lakes due to pickleball. People are coming in. People are playing tournaments. People are spending time here. People are spending their dollars here. So it's not just about. I think although community and the sport is fun, there is also an incentive to help Miami Lakes grow. Having this community isn't just about the sport. It's about meeting people. Like I said before, I've met so many people throughout this sport, and they've, as well, I have people that have come from Miramar, every day from Miramar to come play at Optimus Park. They're not doing it for the court, they're doing it for the community. And if you guys, if you council member really care about this community, you would want to spend the money where it helps foster it. Not just in businesses, but actually helping grow a community that makes people feel connected together, not just through pickleball, but through Miami Lakes. So please help Miami Lakes become what it possibly can and help us fund the pickleball courts. So thank you guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And for just for all those that are here on the pickleball matter, I can assure you the town is working on some solutions, but of course you got to bear with us and be patient. But as a fellow pickleball player myself, we're working on it, so just want you to know that. Next speaker, please, name and address.
Yes, Bob Jones, 7026 Green Tree Lane, Lock Isle. First of all, I would like to thank all of you and also the people who maintain Optimus Park for providing us with well-groomed fields to play geezer ball every Monday and Wednesday morning. It's a pleasure. I'll just give you one anecdotal, because when we go by the fields, we see hundreds of people playing. But I just wanted to narrow it down to an experience that I've had. We open up our games to family members when they're in town. So in 2017, my family came in from Arizona, okay? My grandson and his father were here. I asked them if they wanted to play ball in the morning, and they said, yes, let's do it. I was a little nervous because I didn't want to screw up in front of them, but in any case, I was happy to go to the field. So it turns out the good Lord smiled down upon our families, and we had a great game. Nolan hit a home run, Tim hit a home run, and I hit a home run. It was the first time in geezer ball history that 3 generations in one family hit a home run in geezer ball. All right? That is a memory that I will take for the rest of my life, and hopefully into the next life. It is something so special, and we still celebrate it when we get together. This happened in 2017, remember, okay? So I just want you all to appreciate and know how much doing that means. I know we can all get caught up in the finances and all this of it, but this is what it means to people. This is what it means to individuals sometimes. And this is what it meant to me and our family. So again, I just want to thank you all for the efforts you have done to make this possible. I do appreciate it, as does my family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, name and address.
Kenneth Perez, 6737 Main Street, apartment 202. Angelo, I know Angelo very well because I lived on Angelo's block for a lot of years. I was born and raised in Miami Lakes. I'm 35 now. My family lives in Royal Oaks. I live back here. My brother lives on Main Street. We haven't left Miami Lakes. We haven't left Miami Lakes because we love Miami Lakes, right? Miami Lakes is ours. I've always felt like Hialeah is in the corner, Miami Gardens in the corner, but we're like this special place. Every time that time of year comes around, when I start getting text messages in regards to who I should vote for and why, to me, I vote for the things that I think are important, and I leave it at that. But I've never had a reason to actually come here and speak to you guys. To me, pickleball is not just a sport. I play at Schuler's. I play golf at Schuler's. I've been playing golf for 20 years, and I love golf. Pickleball is a community. And it's sad that Hialeah has multiple parks that they've invested a lot of money in pickleball. PSN has invested in pickleball. Miami Gardens has invested in pickleball. Miramar, C.V. Smith Park, Pembroke, everybody's invested in pickleball. And I'm not saying we need a lot. I mean, we've created a plan for you guys. We've shown you the layout. I think that if you tell everybody here that they could put money in a bucket right now to get these parks built, we will all put money in that bucket to get this park built. So I just want to make it very important and so you guys understand that we're not all here because we're just lazy, bored. I'm a business banker. My brother-in-law, he's right there. That's my brother-in-law. He's a CPA. We all have great jobs here. This is our hour and a half, 2 hours a day that we could go out and do something we love with the community. So I understand you said that you guys are working on it. I hope you are, because for the first time in my since I was 18 that I could vote, this is something that I'm going to consider, something as small as pickleball, because that's an investment into our community. And Miami Lakes Optimist has been the same for a very long time. Yes, you guys have invested a little bit here and there into that park, but that park should be a staple of Miami Lakes. And we've just let it, the same way HA, they let it go, we shouldn't let that park go. So all we ask you guys is, we came here today to let you know, pickleball is important to Miami Lakes. We don't have it. It's the one thing Miami Lakes does not have. Please, if you can, help us out with that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jim Hamilton. I live at 8528 Glen Cairn Lane in Miami Lakes, 33016. To the council, to Mr. Mayor, and to the town manager, I am here to support the return of the monies that have been transferred in 2023 and moved back into the park budget at your last meeting. This money was taken from the park fund and needs to be used for what it was planned for, Optimus Park. If approved, that would provide $1.7 million to finally start the current park improvement plan. Let me give you one example of how delaying these improvements will cost the town more money. Back in 1995, 27 concrete light poles with state-of-the-art lighting were installed at a cost of $200,000. Today, 30 years later, those 27 concrete poles with LED lighting would cost the town $1,687,000. As you can see, the cost to wait is too expensive. Every dollar in the $1.7 million is needed to start the park plan. As an example, the bathroom replacement for 2 portable toilet stations will save the town $21,000 per year and pay for itself in 22 years. The wood light poles installed 52 years ago are deteriorating and need to be replaced with concrete poles for safety. With LED lights installed on fields 1 and 5, this will be another cost savings in the electricity used. Once the total park has LED lighting, the cost savings is estimated at $50,000 per year. Our Parks Department needs to be congratulated for developing a plan that addresses the improvements the park needs, but does so with a cost efficiency savings. The Optimist Club is dedicated and committed to making this plan work. Thank you.
Welcome. Name and address, sir.
Carlos Fernandez Guzman, 15810 Kingsmore Way, Miami Lakes, Florida. Glad to see your shoulders okay, Ed. Thank you for the time. I am here not to talk about pickleball, not to talk about baseball, not to talk about all of the little aspects of the park that most people are going to talk about. I'm going to talk about the park as an economic engine and the seed capital for our youth and the development of folks that come back to this community because it's Miami Lakes, because they want to live here and they want to raise their kids here. Jim and I have been part of that park probably since the Niña de Pinta and the Santa Maria. We've put up the light posts. We've done everything we could to keep that park as the economic engine and the seed capital for youth development in this community for year after year after year. I am proud to say that it's worked. Many of the kids we coached as little guys, much like that little girl who was up here, was adorable, by the way. Most of the kids that at that age were playing at the park played later in the park. Today are residents of the park and have their kids playing at the park. It's an engine, it's an investment. It is not a cost. The park, I'm a banker. I look at everything in return on investment. The park is truly an economic engine and a human pool engine. It is a human resource engine for this community. All of those kids chose to come back here because Miami Lakes is special, because we give them the things that no other community gives them. We give them a patch of grass where they can take their kids and feel safe and play and relax and enjoy. We give them a patch of grass that teaches them about the principles of sports and what it means to work as a team and play together. We give them a patch of grass that allows them to eventually learn how to use those same skills in the business world. And many of those kids that we taught at that park how to play a sport today run companies and are executives and feed this community back with economic contributions. I strongly urge you to take that money that we pulled a little while ago and bring it back in. Look at it as an investment. It isn't a cost. It will give you ROI that you will never, ever imagine. And Ed knows that I focus on this all the time. I've lived in this community since 1987. I've had the opportunity to leave it 1,000 times. When I get on a plane in the middle of nowhere and I know I'm coming to Miami, it's not Miami I'm coming to, it's Miami Lakes. Those kids feel the same way returning here when we provide the amenities they need to raise their families and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Name and address, please. Again, please hold the applause because what happens is that it consumes more time when we try to get to the next speaker and we have a full agenda tonight. Thank you. Sir?
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Steve Jean-Louis. I am at 8824 Northwest 146 Lane, Miami Lakes, Florida 33018. I'm here with my beautiful wife. We are fairly new to Miami Lakes. My wife and I, we purchased a beautiful home here in Miami Lakes 3.5 years ago. My wife is a primary care doctor at the University of Miami. I own a very successful HVAC company. Before that, when I was younger, I used to be a professional ballroom dancer, which means I'm a very good salsa, bachata, merengue dancer, and ballroom so far. But besides dancing, when we moved to Miami Lakes, my wife was looking for something else that we can do. We enjoy our backyard. We have great neighbors. We love our home. We love the community. So far, we've never had any complaint besides sometime when we see our taxes. But that I will talk to it further down because there's a way you guys can make us happy. All right? When we wanted to do something in the community, to be honest, I'm going to speak from my heart, not because anybody make us feel uncomfortable. It's because sometimes we feel like a little fish out of the water because our Spanish is not so very good looking. But I love the language. So my wife and I, we started playing pickleball. Going to pickleball, these people right here became our friends, brothers and sisters at the pickleball. Not only we get to do something active, but we get to practice our Spanish, because we love languages. Then slowly we started going there maybe once, twice a week. Now, how long have we been going? Like maybe 3 to 5 times a week, all right? So we kind of like slow down on anything else we used to do. We don't go out to eat as much anymore because after work, I meet my wife at the park. Sometimes she goes there and I meet her. Not for the health benefit of pickleball, but the way these people embrace us. We were there, I will say these people became our family, friends, because even though I'm very athletic, but I've never played tennis, so I wasn't too good at pickleball. So I was a little embarrassing because I am very competitive as an ex-competitor. I'm like, oh, sweetheart, I'm not good enough to play with this guy, but they make us feel very comfortable and tell us, come on and play. They become also my coach, Ollie, this guy right here, helping me all the time, teach me how to use the paddle, to teach me how to serve. I even offered him to pay him. He said no. He said no. This is like coming straight from our heart. We love our home, we love our neighbors, but pickleball gives us something even more. Not just the sport, but the connection we have with the community. Please, guys, if you guys do what all these guys asking, I promise you, you have 2 citizens who will not complain about our taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Name and address, please.
Hi. Lilia Zell, 601 Northeast 36th Street, apartment 1212, Miami, Florida, 33137. I'm the USA Pickleball Ambassador for Miami-Dade County. And I've been involved, USA Pickleball is the governing organization for our sport. And I have been involved in many of these meetings across municipalities in Miami-Dade County: Hialeah, Cutler Bay, Homestead, Doral, Miami-Dade County proper. From the beginning, I learned this sport 10 years ago in Big Sky, Montana. Came to Miami, 0. Miami-Dade County was the last to adopt pickleball in terms of in their public park system. So we have been way behind. I am so happy to hear that you're all looking at funding for pickleball courts in Optimus Park. I grew up in Hialeah. I went to HML. This has been a big passion of mine in this region because I know how important this is for community, as you've heard from all of your residents here. But I want to give you a few stats that I think is going to be critical because I hear it all the time, oh, this is only a fad. SFIA, which is a Sport Fitness Industry Association, comes out, they track 124 sports, and they've been doing this for many years. Public parks use it, fitness industry uses it across the board. What they have said about pickleball is unprecedented growth. They have never seen anything like this, and you're understanding why. It's not only about the sport, but it's about community. It's ages from 6 to 80, which is, there's no other sport that encompasses that, and that's what Miami Lakes is. Miami Lakes is a community of families from all those ages, so it's really important that you're all considering this investment to convert those courts to dedicated pickleball courts. Give you some information. Over a 3-year span, tennis has grown at 46%, a 3-year span. Pickleball has grown at 311%. The words from the sports fitness industry is unprecedented growth. That's important. Pickleball has, the raw numbers are super impressive. The top 3 activities are pickleball, that leads the way with 16 million new players. That is unprecedented, followed by golf and tennis. Data also shows that this sport is a lifelong sport, like I said, from ages 6 to over 65, with the biggest growth taking place between the ages of 18 to 34. Your demographics here in Miami Lakes. Families, kids, bringing up their families here. This is really important. 1 million youth were added last year to the sport, which speaks to the stability, it feeds the sport, and for this life, it's going to be a lifelong sport. So I'm happy to hear that you're all considering this and to alleviate this, because to have the Miami Herald, for example, who has, they have a
You may conclude your remarks in the next 10 seconds.
Okay, great, thank you. They have now a pickleball column every 2 weeks. So that just goes to show you, you guys are on the right track. Give your residents what they want, because I think you'll be very happy. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Kimberly Trellis, 16501 Northwest 84th Avenue. So good evening, members of the council. My name is Kimberly Treyes, and I'm proud to say that I grew up right here in this beautiful town. When I got married, there was no doubt in my mind that this is where we wanted to raise a family. And after 8 years with a successful online store, there was no question where we would want to open up our first brick and mortar store. It had to be right here in Miami Lakes. Back in the 90s, I used to walk past a little invitation shop in Main Street. I would look into the window and tell my mom, one day I want to own a store just like that. Today, that dream is close to being a reality with the Treyes Cottage, our gift shop that carries some of our best-selling online products, including a full collection of Miami Lakes-inspired gifts and soon-to-be pickleball gear. I kindly ask that you support Code Ordinance 13A regarding online sales showrooms. It would allow small businesses just like mine to continue growing and connecting with our community. And by connecting, I also want to touch on 10A, the Special Needs Advisory Board chair will be speaking on. You know, when you support businesses like mine, you're also supporting everyone in your community, not just my family, but anybody that we connect with. Our business loves to give back to the community. We give back to special needs organizations, one of those being the Demoya Foundation, who you're gonna learn about later for under 10A. The Demoya Foundation is it's one of a kind business that all they do is help train adults with special needs to find a job, to find a fulfilling career, and they offer training to the individual as well as to the business to make sure that it is a long-standing partnership. So I am in support of 10A. So yeah, when you support the Treyes Cottage, you're fulfilling a lifelong dream right here in the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you so much for your time. And since I have 30 seconds left, I also want to bring up, I don't see it here on the agenda, but last month we touched on the traffic for Bob Graham Educational Center schools. I didn't have the chance to speak in public comment, but I just wanted to thank our police officers. I know that traffic is an issue for everyone in the town of Miami Lakes. I know that street gets bad, but I just want to say, as a parent of a child that attends that school, every single morning and every single afternoon, I see at least 6 police officers there every single day, and it makes me so proud, and I thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come up to the mic. You don't need to fill out any card or anything. All right, sir, name and address.
Good evening. Carlos Andres, 14530 Daypine Avenue, Miami Lakes, Florida. Obviously, Miami Lakes. Okay, Mayor, Town Council, Town Management, thank you for the opportunity here representing the Public Safety Committee, here to ask for your support for Law Enforcement Awareness Month, which is coming up. We would love to have your support to have Town Hall lit up in blue for the month. I think that might be an easy transition with some of the conversations with the lighting up of Town Hall. We also have several events that we've worked on with different groups to support our law enforcement. On May 14, we have, with a partnership with the Miami Lakes Chamber, we got Major Gonzalez to be the guest speaker. It would be great to have the support of you all at that event. On May 15, we have our Coffee of a Cop on Peace Officers Memorial Day at Einstein Bagels, and collaborating with Councilman Sanchez for a paella, which is going to be given to the shifts on the day of May 22nd at 1 p.m. For both the Sheriff's Office and the Fire Department. And that was actually a private company that approached us for this opportunity. So I want to thank Miami Lakes Chamber President Ray Palacios, Tigo Casamayor, and Chairman from CCMS, Mario Espino, for making this possible. So hopefully we can have your support of your attendance for these events, and also your support to light up Town Hall in blue. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Really quick, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Carlos, which month is it? May? May? That's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers in the audience? Going once, going twice? Okay, I see two coming up. All right, sir, name and address.
Good evening, everyone. Marcus Gutierrez, 7757 Northwest 169 Terrace. Great to see you all. I'm coming today in support of any funding for the park. I've been a resident for 35 years. My kids grew up in the park. There are a lot of intangibles that you can't put a figure on. A place to go with the families, to interact in Miami Lakes, and for kids to have a decent place to go and learn about life, which we learn about it through sports. All of you, and those who came before you, those that are here now, have always said, we need to fund the park. We need to do something, and we keep kicking the can down the road. So we need to start. We need to keep taking them off the back burner and stop making excuses and fund with whatever we can. So I'm here in that support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Name and address.
Good evening, Vivian Levy, 8421 Northwest 140th Street, Unit 3507. Just a quick note to show my support for item 13A for my friend Kimberly and the Trellis Cottage. I'm sporting some puzzle piece earrings from her shop. They always support the Mayor's Gala every year, and also Arts for Autism, the organization that does the dance class for us on Saturdays. So you'll be hearing more from me later during the report. But I just wanted to show my support for that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Going once, going twice. Okay, come on up. Name and address, please.
Hi. Irene Gutierrez, 8025 Northwest 162th Street. Hi, all. Good evening. I am here to support the motion from Councilman J.C. Fernandez, Councilman Hirschberger, and Councilman Sanchez. I also want to thank them for listening to our community and for their initiative in keeping us safe. These gentlemen exemplify true public service. It's been a long road for our community. We have been coming to these council meetings and highlighting safety concerns for years. Thank you, Mayor, thank you, Vice Mayor, and Council, and all here tonight for all your efforts for the traffic of 79th Avenue, for the safety of the guardhouses, and everything else that you're presenting tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Going once. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there we go. So we have, it seems, two more. Just a really quick poll of the audience. Is there anyone else who would like to speak after these two ladies here? If you would, I would suggest that you take a seat here in the corner, just so I can see you. Again, we have a very full agenda tonight, so I want to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible with our time. You may proceed, ma'am. Name and address, please.
Thank you. Lydia Hernandez, 7941 Northwest 166th Street, Royal Oaks. And before I get started on what I really wanted to talk about, Major Gonzalez, do something with the lights on Miami Lakes Drive. We were late because they're not in sync. Thank you. Gentlemen, I want to thank you again, and I want to thank everyone that's involved in getting on the agenda. The license plates, the request to read the license, the driver's licenses for the people approaching the guard gate in Royal Oaks at night. It's very scary what's going on in our community. Too much crime, people just coming in and taking our cars. Now I heard there were squatters, and I take care of 2 houses where the people don't live here on my block alone. And I think that would be a great opportunity to deter the people that know that Miami Lakes, we're sitting ducks. Everybody knows it. There's not that much police presence that will, no offense, that will take care of, the amount of crime that we have. I hear that there's only six police officers at night. That's very thin amount of police officers. So I really encourage you to take the initiative to have them read the driver's licenses and make us safer. I also have some people who are shy and do not want to talk that also want to thank you and hope that you approve that. If anybody is in approval of that, please raise your hands. A couple of people who were probably also late because of the lights not being in sync. I thank you again for taking that into consideration, and please, please do not forget what's going on with the Bob Graham traffic. It's horrible for us. We're held hostage. If we have an emergency, we can't get in, we can't get out, we can't go to the hospital. We can't have an ambulance come in. Please do something about it. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Neighbor.
Ne-
Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Make it, I don't need an additional 3 minutes.
Okay.
Literally.
That's
just
fine.
to-
Go
to
ahead
back
then.
up my neighbor. She's literally my next door neighbor.
Okay,
My name is
but I
Denise.
do need your name and address there for the
Denise
record.
Perez,
Yeah.
7900 Northwest 166th Street. Good evening to everyone. I'm here just to back my neighbor up, and my fellow neighbors. We need help. We need help as far as the driver's license, at least in the evening times, just for a little bit more of peace of mind. In addition, to back up the Bob Graham, we've been, at the previous meetings. I think we're moving forward to continue to support that because the traffic is horrible. In the mornings, I have to time the time that I come home and the time that I leave, which is, it is detrimental. Just backing up.
Yeah, I ran into Mayor Living Cava in Tallahassee. I told her what was going on, and in no uncertain terms, we have a meeting coming up, although apparently they were adjusting or playing around with the lights today.
Yeah.
Because now they're finally starting to accommodate our requests. So that's probably what you were noticing today in particular, is that they finally responded. I have the email to prove it. And we have this upcoming meeting, but just bear with us a little bit while we start actually the process of figuring out what is the ideal timing. They're going to each day for, I think, the next week or so, right, continually make little adjustments until we find something that is the most optimal, right? But just wanted to make that known for everybody out there that the county's finally working with us on that, and the manager have both been at the forefront of that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank you so
for
much
your
for your time.
comments. Ma'am, please come up. Name and address.
Hi, I'm Isabella Diaz, 8035 Northwest 164 Terrace, Miami Lakes. I was here in the last meeting. I'm glad I actually made it. I just literally landed at 5 o'clock and I just flew here. Pretty much repeating what they're saying as well. My neighbor just walked. I literally went to get my neighbor because she didn't even know where this was. Addressing, the traffic lights, the Bob Graham, and what I spoke about last time, the left-hand turn on. Sorry, I have my notes. I don't even know that. Yeah, that one, the left-hand turn where there's no school, it's a public road. A lot of people say, why not be able to make a left turn Monday through Friday? They're gonna come in from the other way through Bob Graham, come out through that street, back and forth. So I'm just pretty much here, I guess, to present myself again and just be with my neighbors and the same thing. Cut it short. Thank you.
Appreciate the effort to be here. Thank you. Next speaker, Mrs. Cedeno. It's just Eddie.
Eddie.
All right, but I still need your name and address for the record, though.
Good afternoon, good evening. Eddie Cedeno, 16232 Northwest 85th Court. Just wanted to show support for Vice Mayor Moreira's agenda item 13A to adjust for online showroom sales in the town in certain areas. I think it's something that will help all small businesses that face similar issues with rent and locations to be able to present products, etc. Just my support, waving support, and thank you all for being here and your time.
Thank you, Eddie. Hey, any other speakers here in the audience? Going once, going twice, sold. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online?
Yes, we do. If you're waiting, I see Jay Berg. Please unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting.
And Mr. Berg, please name and address for the record, and please start the timer.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Josiah Berg. I live at 14001 Leaning Pine Drive, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33014. I'm here to speak today, as others have done already, in support of returning of the funds to the Miami Lakes Park. I understand and support some of the folks that already spoke about pickleball, and do hope something will happen with that because I am a player myself. But our family's current focus right now is baseball and my son. My son has been playing at Miami Lakes Optimist since he was about 5 years old. He's currently in 8U Rec League and now 8U All-Stars. So we've been playing at MLO for a long time. And needless to say, we spend a lot of time there every week, and we're not alone. Whether we're at the park for a game or practice, during the week, this park is typically packed, as anybody knows that drives by. From the baseball fields to the infield green areas, to the pickleball and tennis courts, to basketball court, it is highly utilized. Needless to say, this is a cornerstone of the community, and I know it's a little bit of a gray area with the county and the town, but at the end of the day, it's being used by the residents. And I think, as someone eloquently mentioned earlier, it would be an investment to return the funds and use those to maintenance and improvement of the park. So I'm here in support of that. As we all know, even small little short rain events can wreak havoc on the fields and the green areas, which closes the park for days sometimes. That can wreak havoc on a typical baseball season, which is only 2 months long. And it's pretty devastating to the kids. So I'm here to support, as I said, returning the funds to the MLO Park. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any other speakers online?
Nope, I don't see any other participant on the screen. I do have, for purposes of the record, just to state that my office has received emails from residents all stating that they would like for $500,000 to be restored, to be put back into the budget for the parks. They all have different titles, but they all emails state the same: the parks budget, the Miami Lakes Optimist Park, Miami Lakes Optimist Park renovation. So I just wanted to state that for the record. As I always do when I receive them, I share with the council members, and as well, I photocopy and placed on the dais in case the public or anyone wants to see them. These are public record emails. And that is it, Mayor Dieguez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And in keeping with the amendment to the agenda order of business earlier this evening, we are now on 14A, which we are taking up concurrently, with 16C. With that, Mr. Attorney, I believe that statement you have to read into the record, or the title.
Yes. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the town's fiscal year 2024-2025 budget established by ordinance number 24-330, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all action necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Excellent. So because this is an ordinance in second reading, this is a public hearing item. In other words, members of the public will have an additional opportunity to speak on this particular item and this particular item only. So is there anyone who would like to come up and speak on the budget amendment? Going once, going twice. The public hearing is now closed. So with that,
Mayor?
Yeah, I'm going to recognize you now, Mr. Manager. I'm going to turn it over to you. Go ahead.
Yep, just want to recap. Essentially, this is the same item that you saw last month. There's a couple grants that came in since last month, so we're recognizing the receipt of those grants in this item. And the only other thing is, on the third page of the memo, the order of the items in response to a motion that was made last month. We have moved the mini park capital program phases 2 and 3 up to number 6 on this list. And there's been some reshuffling, but essentially it's all this for the professional services studies. They're all compressed under one title, and everything else is essentially the same as last month.
Okay. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the council for a motion to get us in the proper discussion posture here.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'd like to move to adopt the amended budget subject to one minor change, and that be reducing.
Well, what I was going to say is, again, because we're not even on the main item, so I would just move to adopt it.
Okay.
We'll get the second, and then we'll do amendments. Yes.
I'll move the amended budget.
I'll
Excellent.
second.
It's been moved and seconded. We're now in discussion. I believe the Vice Mayor had an amendment, so we'll go to him first.
Yeah, I'd like to have the Number one, I do appreciate the manager combining the three studies, the compensation study, the impact fee study, and the renewable energy feasibility study into one single line item rather than three separate ones. I know that there was some discussion about that at the Sunshine meeting. I would like to take that $130,000 line item and reduce it to $65,000, and then apply any remaining balance left over from this reduction, so $65,000 plus any other changes that are made by the council, to trimming any trees that have not been trimmed in the last 3 years, and thereafter to sidewalk repairs.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We're now on discussion on the amendment only. Any discussion on the amendment only?
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. So the total 130 you want to remove as far as the studies, keep it at 50? Is that what the?
65.
65?
Reduce it from 130 to 65.
Okay. So then, would you say you would like to keep the impact fee study, which is a possible future way of getting more funds for us?
I'm not taking out any of the studies. I'm keeping in all of the studies, but I'm keeping them in one lump sum, because one of the things that I keep seeing is we're basically telling these contractors how much we're going to pay them, and then they guide themselves when they do their bids based on that. Rather than do that, I'd rather have a single lump sum that's for all the studies, and that way they don't know how much of that 65 is for them. Yep. How much of it is for the impact, how much of it is for the compensation. We'll figure that out later, but I don't want them to know. I don't want to show them our cards.
Yep,
that's kind of the thought process behind it.
Thank you.
Through the mayor.
I saw Councilman Herzberg's hand first, so Councilman Herzberg and then Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. And Vice Mayor, let me ask you a question. I agree that that's likely the best use of funds, and the more I dig into the issues, I feel like our trees need to be a priority right now. If you look at the Miami Lakes app, that's the #1 issue that comes up. But discussions with the town manager, I don't know if you have an answer for this. Would you be open to moving that money to basically carry forward, where then we can go back to it and see where the money can be used best?
Yeah.
If the town manager wants to opine on that.
If we cut that line item to 65 and reallocate the other 65 to other lines, then we're essentially saying that probably 2 out of those 3 studies will never happen, because the dollar amount won't be enough even to fund 2 of the studies. So if our research is at least within the ballpark, and when we go out to bid, the numbers are what we had estimated that they would be, then we're not going to be able to, we'll probably end up only being able to do 1 of the studies. So if we take the 65 that you're asking to cut, and we allocate it or leave it in fund balance, we can, Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, right? If we leave it in fund balance, and when we go out to market and we put out an RFP, and if the intent of this council is to be able to fund all 3 studies somehow, then we could always transfer the money from fund balance to fund the second or the third study.
Through the mayor. Just
remember
a direct response on that.
Okay, go ahead.
I like your explanation better.
Yeah, that's not what I'm. That's not what I mean. I mean, go ahead. I think we're on the same page.
I don't want them to know how much is allocated. If they know that there's a contingency of an additional 65, then they're going to know that there's.
All I'm saying, and Mr. Manager, or unless you can give me an answer, is I agree that I like where you're going with the trees and sidewalks, but I don't believe that's a decision we need to make today. Is there a way to just put in here? In the second reading, everything left over goes in this amount, and then we can come back to you a month, 2 months, 3 months later and say, okay, you know what, that money that we had there, we can just leave it there and let it be a surplus for next year, or we can, you know what, let's put 40,000 to trees. Oh wait, there's a sidewalk issue, so we don't have to come back and do 2 readings again. That's the question I had.
Mr. Manager, go ahead.
Yeah, we can put it into a contingency reserve, and then it'll be there. And in the event that we go out and we bid out these other studies and we've exceeded the 65 that's there, we can, in the item, when we bring it for you as a procurement item, then it'll be a double item. It'll be the procurement item plus the transfer out of contingency into a line to fund the remaining studies.
Right,
But if
but-
you allocate it, and you allocate it to tree trimming or sidewalks or the park or anywhere else, then that money's accounted for. We would have to.
Right. I
Yeah.
get that. I just want to make very clear, I'm not saying it's a contingency for the studies. It's just I just want to create a contingency reserve because I have a few cuts that I think may pass today, or we can have a discussion right after this. I just think that it makes sense for us to come back maybe next month and decide where exactly we want to put any additional funds, if anywhere. For example, the savings here, I'm all for it. I agree it should be cut in half. My view is you get the quotes for the studies, and we can make a determination of what study we believe is most important, and we can do the next one later. I agree with the cut. I didn't want to spend, that's the first thing I said last month, I didn't want to spend all this money in studies. So I'm for the cut. All I'm saying is I guess I could make a friendly motion to amend, is that the savings from your cut get put into a contingency reserve, but that contingency reserve is not meant just for studies. It's meant for us to come back and we can we can look at where the best place to
It
put
already
that money.
exists, and it'll be for really any contingency
Right.
within the general fund.
Okay, perfect.
So,
So
With
that would be my
there's been an
amendment.
proffered by Councilman Herzberg. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion on Councilman Herzberg amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We're back on the Vice Mayor's original amendment as amended. With that, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, after listening to all this, I would like to see if it's possible, if my colleagues would support, to see if these 28 items can be tabled till next month, and all of us get together and have another sunshine meeting and have another shot at it and talk about it. I mean, they were in our last sunshine meeting, it was yourself and Councilman Garcia was not there, and see if we could go at it one more time and see if we can digest it and see it. I mean, there's things here that I agree with, but there's just things here that I don't agree with, like all these studies. These studies are, I actually had a study done, an 8-page study, and it cost $0. So I'd like to see if that's possible to have these 28 items tabled till next month.
So Councilman Cuadra Garcia moves to table the budget amendment for the May regular council meeting. Is there a second? Seeing none, the motion dies for lack of a second. Do you have any further discussion? Well, you had mentioned that there were some cuts that you were looking to make to the amendment. Do you have a list of those cuts ready to go?
Are we basically going to be able today to talk about these 28?
Yeah, well, this is your opportunity
One by
to-
one? One by one?
No. Well, what the way this normally works, right, is we discuss the entire item and then individual amendments are made, right? The Vice Mayor, for example, was moved to reduce the total number that we had allocated for studies, right? We're about to take a vote on that one, right? And once we dispose of that motion, then we will be back on the main item with the amendment, right? And then you will have an opportunity to proffer further cuts if you have, or changes that you want. And we can take, and again, as far as the way it's discussed all at once, and individual changes are discussed by way of an amendment. So actually, yes, now that I think about it, because we're still on his amendment, let's finish with this amendment first, and then we'll go back to the main item, and then if you have any cuts at that juncture, we'll go ahead and discuss it then. Okay? Any other motions with respect, or rather any other discussion on the Vice Mayor's amendment to reduce the total number of funding for the studies from 130 to 65,000? Seeing none.
And Mayor, and allocate the other 65 to contingency
Well, that was
reserve.
the amendment, yes. With that, okay, in that case, I'm going to go with a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Just be safe.
So the motion to reduce from $130,000 to $65,000 by Vice Mayor Morera, Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
Thank you. We're back on the main motion, which is adoption of the budget amendment as amended now, which again is to reduce the professional service studies line item, line 18, to $65,000. So with that, I'm going to go back for a second, though, back to Councilman Quadra Garcia to see if he has any motions related to any cuts that he wanted to make.
Are we talking about, Mr. Mayor, are we talking about item,
We're on 14A, right? It was 14A. But again, just, do you have a motion related to any particular line that you see there on the table, for example? Yes. Do you have any? Okay.
I have a few of them.
Okay, then go one at a time in making your amendments. So where would you like to begin?
For example, item number 1, I have said it before that those $25,000 could be allocated through going out to our businesses and requesting to see if they'll support us on this item.
So
$25,000.
before you continue, though, so on that particular line item, are you moving to eliminate it, to reduce it, or
I'm to reduce it
by how much?
as much as possible.
I apologize. I need a number.
I don't know exactly. I've asked before, what are we going to be giving the residents for these $25,000? And I don't know. Is it a little flag? Is it a paella? We don't know.
Well, normally, traditionally, it would pay for vendors that provide entertainment as well as food trucks, things of that nature. Perhaps, maybe even there'll be a fireworks display or a drone display at some point. So it's going to go to a multitude of items. So that's why, and again, we're just in the preliminary process of putting that together. So that's why it's hard to say right now. But what I need, though, for purposes of right now, is a specific number, if you have one, as far as by how much we'd like to reduce it.
What I'd like to see see if we can go and get pro bono on it, or a
So
sponsor.
you would like to eliminate that item?
A sponsor.
Okay, so we'll start there. So Councilman Quadra Garcia moves to zero out the funding for line item 1 there on the table, which is the 25th town anniversary, in the amount of $25,000. Is there a second? Seeing no second, the motion dies for lack of a second. The next item, sir?
The second item, the Veterans Memorial, I'm in full support of it. So
I'm sorry, what was that?
that is a yes for me.
No, understood. But then what is the next motion? Yeah, the next change that you would like to make by way of motion?
You want the next one? Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but again, on the ones that you want to amend.
The $68,640 on the litter crew to negotiate it, to be able to slice it in half.
Okay, so your Councilman Quadra Garcia moves to reduce item 3 on the table from its current $68,640 allocation to half of that amount. Is there a second? Okay. Seeing none, the item or the motion fails for lack of a second. Please continue.
The number 4, the $499,322, I'm in support of returning that back to the Miami Lakes Optimist Park.
Wait, I apologize. What was that?
I'm in support to returning that back.
Where's the change?
Oh, so you want to, okay, so move on to the next one then.
Okay? And also, item number 5, the town lease, to lease the vehicles, I'm okay with that one.
Okay, continue.
Item number 6, parks reinstated. I don't know much about, this mulch situation. I can't see us paying almost $4,000 for mulch. I have not really been well-educated on this.
I think we're getting them confused, Councilman Quadra Garcia. Are you on the mini park capital improvement program one, or are you talking about item 7 about the MLOP park mulch?
Am I not where?
Because the 4,000 would seem to imply that you're on item 7, not item 6.
point of clarification, he may have the old version that had the mini park program further down.
Oh, I see.
Page 606 in your binder.
Yeah, in the binder. In the
Number
binder.
6, line item number 6, mulch.
No.
No, that's why. Page 606 in your binder.
He's looking at the old, last month's agenda.
Please, page 666. Council,
Did you say 666?
Yes.
Well, that's not a very good number.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Wow.
It's not a joke. That is the page.
Wow. Okay. Well, is it? That's basically where I'm at over here too. Okay. So.
But yeah, just so you know, the item 6 on the binder, which is the latest version, and was the reordering that Councilman Sanchez had asked for at the last one. That should mean that if you turn to page 666 on your binder, you will find the table that we're running off of, and item 6 there is actually the mini park capital improvement program for $274,000. Item 7 is the parks reinstatement for Miami Lakes Optimus mulch in the amount of $3,705. So that, I think, is the one you're referring to, but it's different on our binder. So please go to the binder that has the most current version of the list.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm confused, Mr. Mayor, because item number 6 on my binder says 274,000.
That's correct.
That is correct. That is.
And on my other one.
Remember,
change.
recall that Councilman Sanchez at the last meeting asked that we, by motion, that we reorder the number of the projects, right? So that's why it's different. So I would go off of what's on the binder.
Okay, beautiful. I got it. So basically, I definitely would ask to have item number 6. Now I'm more confused. There's actually more money.
If you'd like, Councilman Quadra, we can come back to you a little later. Yeah, that way, if you need to ask anybody, perhaps Councilman Herzberg or Gina, the clerk, to help you square your notes with the new list, that way you can do so.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilman Herzberg.
Yes, because I got 2 different amounts of money here.
Correct, yeah. So just, we'll come back to you. Please turn off your mic though in the meantime, and we'll be back. Councilman Herzberg, and then, and I guess, and then Councilman Garcia. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. For a motion, I would like, and correct, let me know, Mayor, there's 2 items I want to move to remove. One of them was discussed at the Sunshine meeting. I don't think we should have an issue. Let me make my motion first, and then let's see.
Sure. I'm sorry, but just to avoid feedback, I'm trying to cut off as many mics as possible. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So my motion would be to remove item 26, curbing. I went there today. It's not that bad. I just don't see the absolute need for it. That is a very big want. I don't see a need there whatsoever. And we discussed this at the Sunshine meeting. I have no idea where item 23 came from. I don't have any complaints. I don't think anyone on this dais has any complaints. So I would like to remove item 23, and I would like to put that into the contingency reserve we just discussed. That's my motion.
I guess just because there may be some differences there, I would ask that we just take them up separately. So why don't we start with item 26 then?
Sure. So remove item 26 and put in the contingency reserve.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second it.
Okay, it's been seconded. Is there discussion on this item? Again, this is just solely on the curbing for 170th Street.
Just a quick question to the mayor.
Councilman Garcia.
To the manager, and are we having cars parking there all the time? Is it a huge issue?
Yeah.
Or is it a...
The curbing was recommended when, especially the kids from the school are parking a lot there, and then they were
The parents? You mean the parents picking up kids?
I think that a lot of the kids from the older grades that were able to drive to school were parking their cars there, walking through. Because I'm not sure which level school is that one right there, but I know it's connected to the other school. And the bigger kids, if the parking lot in the school itself was filling up, then they were parking there, and then there were cars actually staged there for most of the day. And then we had to get involved police, and that helped. But we wanted to kind of eliminate it. Plus, then people who come to walk the trail, that live on the western side of the, closer to the bridge as opposed to closer to 79th Avenue, They were parking there, and then the staging. So there was an onslaught of cars parked there throughout the day and night, evening, and then that's why it was beating up the grass. So the curbing was
Yeah.
the purpose. That was the purpose of the curbing.
Can you just remind me, do we have no parking signs on that?
We have
that
no
area?
parking signs there now, and that has helped tremendously, and with the police enforcement.
And do we have any idea of how many tickets we've given out or any warnings we've given out for illegally parking, or is that something?
Yeah,
that-
I don't think that we got to the point where we were citing people. You know, it was improved. The situation was improved dramatically with the signs and police enforcement, mostly warnings, and we were staging an officer there and warning people not to park there and pointing out, because it was the same people over and over.
Do you feel if we start enforcing a little bit and word gets around that might, mitigate some of this, some of the grass being destroyed or some of the issues we're having? It's just that $40,000 for curving, I agree with my colleagues, $40,000 I think could be used for so many other things. Curving sometimes is good, and I understand that, but if you have a choice between curving and putting it somewhere.
Yeah, and it was similar to the pocket parks when we brought forward the item to start curbing the pocket parks. I don't know, maybe 3 years ago or whatever. It was a similar situation. People were parking in the swales outside of the pocket parks. They were bringing their kids to use the swing sets and so forth. And when we put in the curbing and then resawed it in the swales, it eliminated the problem, because the curbing is there 24 hours a day.
Sure, I
We
get
can't
it.
have an officer there 24 hours a day. That's the difficult part.
So if we move this to a contingency, in the future, we can go back. and if
Absolutely.
yeah, absolutely. So absolutely. Thank you for answering those questions.
Through the mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
On this specific issue, wouldn't it be a lot more affordable and still accomplish the same 24-hour prevention of curbing to just install some form of landscaping? Some bushes? But it's the same exact result.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I'd have to price it out. You know, logic would tell you that probably tree planting would be less expensive, but I don't know that for a fact.
Yeah.
So the answer to your question is, I don't know. I'd have to price it out and give you that answer.
Yeah. On that basis, yeah, I'll probably end up supporting it, because then if anything, we can use the contingency funds for the landscaping or whatever we choose to do.
Anyone else on this item? Councilman Sanchez.
Just to back up Vice Mayor Morera's landscaping, is there irrigation already along 170th to support?
That's, you know, with that whole area, we have different things that we're planning, right? We did the Glow Trail there in that section between 87th
Right,
and
but right now
97th.
existing, is there
There is no
irrigation?
irrigation.
Okay.
That's in our plans down the road, and part of that is to protect the area first, and then once we put in new sod, then we'll work towards that goal of being able to irrigate it, because there is no irrigation along that entire trail.
Anyone else on this particular item? Again, this is on the motion to eliminate the 40,000 from item 26 and put into contingency. Seeing nobody else, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We have one no from Councilman Fernandez. Anyone else? Okay, let's just take a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So motion to remove item 26, which is curbing for $40,000, and for that amount to be put back in the contingency reserve. Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
You lost me on that one.
Yes, I'll repeat.
This is
The
to
motion-
eliminate
Yes.
the
to
40,000
eliminate
for the
it,
curbing.
To eliminate it,
Okay.
yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The amendment passes. The motion passes.
All right, Councilman Hertzberg, you had a second amendment.
Yes, and I think this is the last one from my list. My motion would be to eliminate number 23, Town Hall window tinting. It's 5,000.
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
Just for
I'm gonna
clarity,
go to
Mayor.
you,
it's
Mr. Manager,
just-
in a second.
And the 5,000 also go into contingency reserve?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So I guess, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you want to address this about the window tinting, if there's a specific reason for this.
Omar,
or-
can you speak about the window tinting and where the the request was generated from Public Works? Or facilities that works for Public Works?
Good evening. It would tackle 3 locations. One is Town Hall, Town Chambers. The front lobby and also the council offices, especially the ones that are facing the west side. As you can imagine, in the afternoon, and when you came in here in the afternoon, it gets quite hot. So the idea is to put a film to reduce the heat transfer during those times of the day.
Okay, anyone have any debate on this? Going once, going twice? Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
We need to shop it. That,
Okay, so
that
you
seems
wanna-
to be too high.
Okay, so you want to vote no, or you want to vote yes, actually, on this one? then?
But it needs to be negotiated.
Okay.
We would always go through our budget, our procurement process. The number we have here is just an estimate. It's a budget number, it's a forecast, but we would always, whenever, we don't have a contract for window tinting.
I know
So
it's go-
It was
okay.
something that we would go out and we would get 3 bids, and then we would go with the lowest bid.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, anyone else, or are we ready to vote on this? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So motion to eliminate number 23, Town Hall window tinting. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilman Herzberg. Councilman Cuadra Garcia, are there any other motions that you had, now that you've had some time to compare?
Mr. Mayor, if you give me a couple more seconds, I'm
Sure,
still
sure.
digesting this.
Let me go then to the rest of our colleagues. Councilman Garcia, did you have anything?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Sanchez?
I have one small amendment.
No, I have one, yes.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, no, I have one.
Please, we'll come back to you, Councilman Sanchez, after Councilman Garcia.
So I want to say thank you to our colleagues. I think we're all thinking the same thing. I also wanted to remove the curbing, the tinting, the town hall exterior lighting. Can you talk to me? Is that also gone as well, or is that did someone what?
It's still here.
Is that up front? Is that
That would
lighting
be
up
the lighting out front. It would be put newer LED lights that are programmable. You can put without, because currently, like for instance, every time there's a motion here to light up the town hall in whatever color, we have to put like a film on top of the light. It's not
Okay.
meant for it. These lights, you could change the color. They're more energy efficient and so forth. They're more programmable.
Okay. Is that, I don't know, is that are the lights now working fine?
Well, they light up the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know that this is
Yeah.
this is great. This is something that would, make it look a little nicer. However, is it really something that's absolutely necessary at this point? For $5,000, I would say, I would just propose on this item, maybe we put it in contingency and we take a look at it after we've done everything that we need to do with the contingency money. If we have something left over, yeah, I'd like to see nice lighting in front of.
Yeah, it was a recommendation that was brought by the vice mayor, and that's why we put it in here.
No, it's-
If it was a $500,000 item, we wouldn't have put it in here,
Sure.
right? So
I'll
and
tell you-
obviously, every penny counts.
I'll tell
and
you
I'm
why.
not
I'll
trying
tell
to
you why.
discount the
Yeah,
number.
because
but-
the curbing, we're reducing the studies.
Well,
we're
eliminating.
trying to find something, right? We're trying to find one.
Understood.
Because I plan to bring up using some of the contingency money to see regarding all our traffic issues that the residents have brought up. Maybe adding a service aid, police service aid, and how much that would cost, right? To help with the mornings and afternoons. And instead of having all these officers there mornings, afternoons, dealing with traffic, maybe I know it's $160,000 for a full officer, but how much is a service aid? I'm sure it's probably 60, 70, half as much. Perhaps we can I'm trying to find as much money as possible. My colleagues already have done a great job of reducing, to figure out, because I know you're working on a plan, right? To
Right.
add police officer service aids.
Yeah.
By the way, is there a timeline on when you guys are going to present
We're
that to the
hoping-
council?
We're working with the police major, well, the sheriff's major.
The
Now-
sheriff's, yeah.
Now it's the sheriff's office. I got to get used to the nomenclature. To look at the staffing levels, there was a plan that we had in mind. The new sheriff and part of that new plan that we had in mind meant that some of the officers would be assigned to 4-day, 10-hour-a-day work weeks. the sheriff has eliminated that from the entire sheriff's department. So that kind of put us back on the drawing board to kind of rework a new plan. So we're looking at it and looking at the numbers and looking to see if we can enhance patrol services. But I want you to keep in mind, and I sent you the original numbers, and
Yeah.
it's not going to be, hopefully, the final numbers, but the first draft of the new police budget starting in October for fiscal year 25-26, the increase from this year to that year is just a hair over $1 million.
Sure.
So it's around 10%, so it's going to be significant without adding a single enhancement.
100%, I get it. The only reason I'm bringing it up, this is the third budget cycle that I know we've talked about, either adding more police officers or adding it's the third budget cycle already we're on that. So time's going by. You know, honestly, I think we just pull the trigger on at least a service aide to help, especially in the mornings, and, you know, maybe just one shift, just a school, and that's one less officer that could be focusing on crime instead of focusing on traffic. So I'm asking my colleagues to just consider that, and I appreciate the lighting, man. I know it's very important to make us look good, but if we can just add that 5,000 to the contingency, and then so we have more in the pot, so we can consider when we talk about how we're going to spend it, perhaps we could add a service aid and help the community out when it comes to traffic.
Yeah, the service aides do tremendous work.
Sorry, so just to make sure we're in the proper posture, aid.
Sure. My amendment is to remove the $5,000 from the LED lighting and add it to the contingency.
Is there a second on Councilmember Garcia's motion?
Yeah, it's 5,900 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Well, I think we knew what he meant.
No, I know, but
the
the minutes, I got to make sure they're accurate.
Is there a second? Going once, going twice? Okay, the motion dies for lack of a second. Councilman Garcia, you're recognized for any other amendments or motions that you'd like to make.
No, that's pretty much it. Thank you, guys.
Councilman Sanchez.
Yeah, I have just one small one, something that has been, it was around for a very long time and it disappeared from the budget. But we all know how hard our staff works. And they're here from early in the morning. When the nights that we have council meetings and very deep into the night, sometimes past midnight. And out of the kindness of the town manager, you know, out of his own pocket, he orders a few things for them to eat because we're here deep into the night and they don't get home in time for dinner. So I'd like to allocate $1,000 to be able to supplement, you know, food for our staff.
Is there a second to Councilmember Sanchez's motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. You're recognized, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Is $1,000 an appropriate amount? I don't know. I mean,
Well, it's
what is it,
total
11
amount.
meetings a month?
No.
Or sorry, a year?
Yeah.
It's $100.
Okay, so no, that's about $100 per meeting.
Mr. Manager, what was it previously allocated when we were doing the healthy meals?
It was a bigger deal, and the meals were more extravagant when it came out of my pocket. I love my staff, but I also, my wife, watches my expenditures. We spend about $100 a month providing pizza and so forth for the staff. So we have after tonight, we have another 5 more meetings for the rest. And that's the thing, right? We're talking here about just for the balance of the fiscal year. So it would probably be, if we were to keep with that pizza, it'd be about $500 to $600 for the rest of the fiscal year. If we wanted to marginally enhance it, get something that would be a little bit better, then I think 1,000 would probably be an appropriate number that would fund a slight enhancement so we can get away from what one former employee described as disgusting pizza, and make it a little
I take offense to
a little
that.
nicer. We're not going to cater. We're not going to be a chef back there making sushi. It'll be something a little.
Yeah, my recollection from when we had it is that it was supporting local restaurants. You would have meals from NQC, simple stuff. At the time, Anna Capri, just like spaghetti, things of that nature. It wasn't anything like you said, like a sashimi bar, or anything like that. But with that, is there further discussion on?
I just have a clarification.
Yes, go ahead.
So then the 1,000 that you want to allocate to that, your idea is to draw it from contingency?
Yes.
So 1,000 from the money that we've allocated to contingency would then be allocated for this instead?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion on this? Councilman Cuadra Garcia. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll come back. Again, right now, we're just on the $1,000 for, I guess, council meeting meals. Councilman Herzberg, Councilman Garcia. Mr. Vice Mayor, anything else? Councilman Fernandez. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, with that, let's go do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Motion to allocate $1,000 to supplement food for town staff during the council meetings, and this money to be withdrawn from the contingency reserve. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Councilman Sanchez, any other motions? Okay.
No, none.
Before we get back over there, Councilman Fernandez, is there are there any motions that you have? Okay. Councilman Cuadra Garcia, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 12, Parks reinstate ROP mulch. Can somebody tell
Mr.
me
Manager.
about this?
Jeremy?
What? No, Councilman, or excuse me, Mr. Manager,
Did you want an explanation on the
Yes.
mulch?
I just want you to tell me how we arrived at 4160 and how much mulch is that and what kind of mulch and so forth. Give me a full digest on that mulch, please.
Perfect, thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation for the town. So that amount there is the contractual amount for all landscaping beds and all areas that require mulch. We use brown chocolate mulch. It is made up of bark chips from trees. It's basically a bunch of recycled parts of trees, essentially. So it's all natural. It's what everyone pretty much buys here in South Florida, and it's, like I mentioned, it's the contractual amount. So that's predetermined within our bids for the grounds maintenance for the areas defined of the landscaping of these two parks. So one is going to be Optimus, and then the other one we'll be looking at is Royal Oaks.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, I think that's extremely too much money for that mulch. We can definitely look into getting it for a lot less.
Okay, so Councilman Cuadra Garcia moves to eliminate item 7, Parks reinstatement of Miami Lakes Park mulch. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll just second for discussion because I have a question.
Seconded by Councilman Garcia. You're recognized to ask your question.
Thank you. You're buying this by the yard, I assume? By yards, by the yard?
By the
By the yard?
by the square yard, yes.
By the square yard?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is enough mulch for the entire year, for this quarter?
No, so when we fund the entire park at its 100% rate, you'll have 2 of these allotments within the contract. So
Okay.
essentially, we should be doing it biannually.
Yeah. And Councilmember Garcia, just to be clear, the numbers that are in here for the 2 mulches, for the Miami Lakes Optimus and the Royal Oaks, it's not just for the product. It's for the...
Installed.
Yeah, so there's bodies involved.
labor.
There's manpower, there's staffing involved with the distribution of the mulch, and so it's not just for the product itself.
Now, a landscaping company does that, or the mulch is delivered and our staff does at least?
No, so it's under the same grounds maintenance contract, so the 2 vendors that maintain each facility.
Do that.
Also, part of their pricing for that contractual line item is the installed mulch.
Okay.
And I did miss one other fact. We install at 2 inches depth of mulch.
Okay. But this isn't for any playgrounds, this is more for the...
No, this is simply landscaping.
Okay.
Yeah.
In 2 major parks. Speaking of mulch for the pocket parks, is there a line item here for that, or is that something that's already?
No, that's a much larger ticket to handle.
Well, I know that after a year or 2, it starts shrinking, and the actual usage of that, which is for safety, goes away, right? It compacts. So okay, so all right. And as far as the cost concerns, have the costs gone up over the year to year on this?
No, this is contractual. So the contract that we established, I believe it was last negotiated in 2023. These are the rates that we'll maintain from 23 all the way through 2028.
So we have this locked in for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on Councilman Cuadra Garcia's item?
Briefly, Mayor. And Jeremy,
Okay,
if you mind-
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess trying to figure out, so this is, currently we're only mulching these 2 once a year, and you're saying it would be proper to do it twice a year? Or?
We didn't fund this past year.
At
We
all?
didn't fund any. So
So-
this is reinstating at least 1 to get us through the remaining of the fiscal year, and mainly so much so that as we get into closing ceremonies and when our park is at its peak, it's going to be looking its best.
Got it. And this is for, I know nothing about mulching and gardening. This is for the landscaping around the park.
Correct.
And
So the mulching itself helps with maintaining moisture within the soil beds. It helps with also deterring weeds. So it's not just the aesthetics, which is probably the most visual thing you'll see, but there's a lot of agronomics behind why people tend to mulch.
And these two parks haven't been mulched in the last year or last 6 months?
I'd have to take a look. I want to say we mulched at the end of last fiscal year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
And Councilmember Cuadra Garcia, just to clarify, I heard your question, but I want to make sure. You're proposing to eliminate number 7 on the list,
Yes.
which is the mulch for MLOP, but did you add as well the number 12, which is the mulch in Royal Oaks Park, or you only mentioned?
Both of them?
one?
Okay, so yes. So
Both?
7 and 12, yeah.
Okay.
That was his motion.
Okay, so on that motion, Councilmember, and who seconded this motion?
Councilman Garcia for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Say no, what are we talking about?
Voting against your item to eliminate items 7 and 12.
I am voting to eliminate it.
So you would be yes.
Yes, that is
Yes.
correct. That's a yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
He's absent.
Oh, absent. Mayor Dieguez.
No.
The motion passes.
No, the motion fails. Yeah, well, yeah, the item was to eliminate, so, yeah. Councilman Cuadra Garcia, next motion.
And let's also talk a little bit about line item number 13, top dressing. Can somebody tell me a little bit about top dressing?
No, top dressing is line 13.
Yeah, so for purposes of information, he doesn't need to make a motion. Nobody has to make a motion, so you can ask staff when you're called upon. But just always remember that for discussion on the merits of the item itself, we need a motion to put us in the proper pasture. Jeremy, go ahead.
Yes, so top dressing is a maintenance practice for mainly athletic fields. It can be used in common fields, but it's adding and changing the soil profile to the top quadrant, usually about 1/8 of an inch, could be a little bit further, for purposes of aeration, for drainage, and for actually righting the field of play. So the past couple of years, we haven't funded it. We've been lucky that our fields have held up because we've invested so much over time in top dressing these fields, and we did have a pretty good porous playing field, but over the years of not funding it, we're starting to see the impacts of the fields being unleveled, and we're also getting a little bit too organic, which means without the soil at the top layer, we're getting a lot of muck buildup, and over time, that water isn't penetrating. Same thing with the air. It's not penetrating to help the roots grow, and long-term issues start to see where root growth isn't good, the soil and the turf are not holding up to our regular level of play.
Jeremy, is that product a synthetic product? Is that a
Sand, white sand.
Huh? Is it a sand?
Yeah, it's a sand.
It's an organic product.
Yes, and then we can, depending on what the soil samples look like, we can take a look at if we want to be a little bit more sandy or if we want to be a little more organic. So in years past, we'll play with either 80-20, where you have 80% sand, only 20% organic. If we start to get a little too porous and we're moving the water too quickly and it's not staying in the root zone, that's where we'll go ahead and put something a little more organic, like a 60-40.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair.
So basically,
He's still, I think,
okay.
yeah. So no. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my take on that is to slice it in half. The cost.
Okay, so Councilman Cuadra Garcia moves to reduce item 13 in half from its currently allotted $14,700. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Seconded by Councilman Garcia. You're recognized for your discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. Councilman, the reason why you see a wonderful, beautiful green field, this doesn't arrive from the work you're doing that week or a month before. This is work that takes an entire season. Top dressing allows that field, like I said, to have enough soil to be able to drain correctly, so it won't lose soil and it will stay level. So the results of top, you don't see it till next season, but if you start eliminating or shortening it, then you're asking why are the fields, why are they uneven, or why are they brown, or why isn't the grass growing, or why is there puddling? This allows the park director and them to maintain the fields at the highest level. And also it's good for safety too, because there's a lot, you see divots and things like that, and that evens it out. So it's very good for soccer and football and baseball, because it avoids injury. So that's why it's something that if you cut in half, then you're basically cutting in half the areas that they can attend to and keep maintained. It has to be constant. You pause it, and then the fields will go to, for the next season, they won't be at the playing condition, and then you have to start over again. So that's why cutting in half will have a lot of detrimental aspects to it. As far as the price, is this a contractor price as well?
Yes, sir.
Has the price gone up in the last 3 years?
Same contracted price since we started that agreement.
And it's all the way to 2028?
Same time span.
So this is not even subject to inflation. We have locked in a price that's going to be the same price for the contract was 6 years, you said?
Contracts are 5 years.
5 years, okay. I think that's actually pretty good. We're getting a good price. We're not subject to inflation, and we have it for the next 3 years. So that's why I think keeping that is very important, to keep the parks at that level where they're at. That's just my 2 cents on that.
Through the mayor.
Through the mayor.
Well, do you have a response to Councilman Garcia? Or?
I got another question.
Well, before we get there, Mr. Vice Mayor, you're recognized on this amendment.
Jeremy, just to make sure I have this correct, we have another line item somewhere in this budget, which is line item 16 for resodding Field 2 at ROP, and it's $80,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. The reason we have to resod that field is because we failed to do exactly these procedures, right?
I can't say it's directly correlated, but there is an impact to not aerating and not maintaining the certain maintenance aspects that we've had in our contract.
So between mulch, top dressing, and top verticut, which I know we haven't gotten to yet, we have $26,557 of just general maintenance to avoid an $80,000 one-time impact from resodding, correct?
Along that lines, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else on this item before I go back to Councilman Cuadra Garcia? All right, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to top dressing, how do we arrive at 14,007? How do we get the numbers, and where do we get them?
Through the contract. So when we went out to bid for the entire maintenance of the park, all of these separate line items within the maintenance actions of the park are defined, and every vendor has a chance to put their best price at whatever the quantity is. So these quantities are rated at whatever the proposer at that time said that they can do for the duration of the contract. So every vendor that had a chance to go up and put their price, every line item is individually addressed.
Anything else?
Not in support
on
of the
this
item.
Okay, so with that, and Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So Councilmember Garcia, the motion is to reduce item E8, the MLOP top dressing, in half. Correct? Councilmember Cuadra Garcia? Just double checking. Number 8,
your motion,
right?
just to confirm, was to cut it
Cut it in half will be fine.
Right, the number 8, MLOP top dressing. So Councilmember Cuadra, how do you vote?
I vote to slash it in half.
Okay, so you move yes. Councilmember Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Hertzberg?
No.
Councilmember Garcia?
No.
Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Vice Mayor Morera?
No.
Mayor Dieguez?
No.
So the motion fails.
Any other motions, Mr. Cuadra Garcia? Thank you. Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Yes, one more, Mr. Mayor. It's going to be the $80,000 for the resod of field number 2.
One more time, I apologize.
On the new list that I have, line item number 16.
The parks, Royal Oaks Park, resod Field 2, right?
That is correct, for $80,000.
And you want to reduce that, eliminate it? What do you want to do?
like to know if somebody could tell me a little bit how we arrived at also at $80,000.
Yes, so the budgeted amount is based off the majority of Field 2, not even the entirety of Field 2 being holistically resodded. As mentioned over the years of some practices not being performed, the field has started to deter and to the point where it is unlevel on multiple fronts. So it's not just an issue of aesthetics, it's more so we've lost in some areas the crown, which the crown essentially helps move water off the field and onto the drainage areas. That needs to be actually resodded and regraded. The number itself, 80,000, is based off of using our quoted price that we have in the contract for the resodding of Seashore Paspalum, and taking a look at the anticipated amounts that we would have to resod.
I know it.
And I would ask that, my understanding is we've all done our briefings with the manager, and again, we have a lot of other items we have to get to. So I would suggest that instead
I
of...
move to request to reduce it to half, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Okay, so with that, Councilman Cuadra Garcia moves to reduce item, what was it again? The 16, to reduce it by half. Is there a second on that motion? Seeing none, the motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion
very much.
that you would like to make? Or do you have any debate on the item itself? Those are the two items that I'll entertain at this juncture.
You know, everything that I'm bringing to the table, you guys are disapproving it, so there's no need.
I move to call the question.
Before we get there, 1 second. Mr. Attorney, just to refresh my memory, I'm just now having some Cuban coffee. But with that said, the motion to call the question does not end debate, right? It still can be debated itself?
Yes.
I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, there's been a motion to, Mr. Attorney or Deputy Attorney?
Yes, so if you do make a motion to end debate, then it requires a vote of 2/3 of the council. If you obtain a vote of 2/3 of the council,
okay.
then you go and you can call the
Okay,
question.
but there is discussion allowed on the motion to call the question.
No. It ends debate. You have a vote.
Right.
If you have 2/3,
Understood.
yes, but it does
Okay,
require 2/3.
with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the question, on the motion to call the question.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
With that, is there a motion on, or rather, please call the roll on the previous question, which is adoption of 14A as amended.
So the main motion is the ordinance in second reading. Motion to adopt the ordinance as amended. Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 14A, passes.
With that, we are now on appointments, right? The only appointment that I have is to the Elderly Affairs Committee by myself, Mr. Omar Sepulveda. Is he here in the audience? I did not see him.
He
All right,
was
well,
here.
congratulations to him on being appointed. We're now moving to the manager's reports.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Herzberg.
Just a 1 point of personal privilege regarding the pickleball court, if you don't mind. Very brief.
Please. Okay.
The action they took, getting everybody here, it was impressive. I was on the line on this pickleball thing. I spoke about it last time. Bringing people to town hall works. I ran on it. I talk about it. So thank you for the efforts for bringing people here. It actually works. I was on the line, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Major, you're recognized for your report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, and the town residents. My name is Jose Gonzalez. I am Town Police Major, and I'm giving the police report for the month of March. As far as the crime statistics, we are down 66% versus last year this time for the last 3 months. significantly with a decrease in grand thefts of 21, which is 77%, and auto thefts are down 12, which is 52% decrease in auto thefts. We continue with the minimum staffing during the midnights and the enhanced activities of police presence and undercover surveillance details, which has obviously shown to be very fruitful with the low crime that we're experiencing. We've also continued with our traffic enforcement. We conducted 87 hours of traffic enforcement during the month of March, wrote 341 written citations and 192 written warnings. We also had 3 significant arrests for vehicle burglaries with 3 different individuals that were caught in the month of March, with our detectives doing some great police work, investigative work, which led to the apprehension of 3 subjects, which has led to a very decreased number for at least carrying into April. For the 15 days in, we've only had 1 vehicle burglary in the whole town of the town of Miami Lakes. So that's a great success story. We just finished up the autism bike ride, and we assisted with the Brianna Vergara run. It was very successful. Everybody had a great time, and it was a safe event for everybody. And with that, I'll just open up for any questions.
Any questions,
Through
comments from
the chair, the vice mayor.
Councilmember Fernandez, you are recognized.
Thank you, like always. Thank you for all the work that you guys do, the entire force. Do you have ever a statistic as to how many folks challenge traffic tickets? So is there like a number that we can expect?
Yeah, I don't know if we would have to look that up, because that would be through the clerk's office. Because once we write them, they're gone to the clerk, and then the individual is obviously allowed to challenge a ticket through the court. So we would either have to, it's hard to tell the amount of tickets, and sometimes they get multiple tickets, so it might just be 1 ticket out of 3 that they write. Yeah, I haven't been requested that in the past, but I could look at it for you, of course. And one thing I did leave out, I'm sorry, is that I know the mayor just stepped out for a second, but just to update you guys on the traffic issue. I'm sorry, I apologize that I missed out on that. I don't want to get around that, but we have been working. We have met with them. I finally got in contact with the team who's actively making the adjustments to the lights. Last week on Thursday, kind of told them that we need to get this going now that we're finally linked up, and they were on board with 100%. They were looking at all the suggested changes, and they actually wrote me an email this morning saying that, hey, look, we implemented some changes that we're going to look at. Obviously, it's going to need some tweaking. Obviously, you saw some negative effects, but I think there's going to always be some sort of negative effect before things get better, hopefully sooner than later. So tomorrow morning, I will be following up with them with my observations this afternoon with some suggestions how things make better. And like the mayor said, it's going to take a couple of days to tweak things out to get it to a fine tune. With that said, I'm sorry, I'll back out to questions.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is incredible. So year to year, from last time this year, we're down 66% in crime. Is that
Yes,
what you're
sir.
telling? That's an amazing statistic. That is incredible. Honestly, I don't think this town's ever been safer in its history. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor, can I just piggyback on something that Councilmember Garcia just touched on?
Mr. Manager.
Because I think that the mayor, to his credit, doesn't want to brag about his troops, right? But these guys do a yeoman's job. And, the last couple of years, we've had some issues, right? And then they buckled up and they attacked those issues with the overnight auto theft details, with more enforcement, with integrating technology with the LPRs. And the work that his guys and ladies and men and women have done is incredible. If you look at the 2 glaring statistics, right? Larceny, during the same time period last year, were 27. They're down to 6. Auto thefts, which were a big deal here, from the same time period were 23, were more than cut in half. So the efforts, the funding that this council has approved for the auto theft details, the efforts of the men and women from our police department, and the integration of technology, the plan is working, and the efforts are to be commended.
Through the chair.
Councilmember Garcia.
To add on that, as far as the overtime budget and thing, how are we there with funding? And do you need any funds? Where are we with the?
We funded for the year.
Right, we fully funded this year.
Fully
That we
funded.
didn't do last year, that we had at this point last year,
But
we
now
had
we're
to
fully-
reallocate.
perfect.
This year, you fully funded the overtime, and their plan, it was put to work, and they continue to put it to work, and it's showing results.
Incredible results. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Appreciate that.
Any other comments, questions from the council? On behalf of the mayor and the council, phenomenal job, as always.
Thank you.
Moving on to the infrastructure report, Director Santos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to highlight two important milestones that we have reached for the Northwest 59th Avenue project. One of those is the building is now vacant, and we're moving on to the next phase. And the survey for the design revision has been completed. In addition to that, we continue doing our regular maintenance activities, sidewalks, and roadway repairs. And with some of the fundings that was approved today, we'll continue doing that. And I'll open it up for questions now.
Any questions or comments from the council?
I have one.
Councilmember Sanchez, you are recognized.
How's it going with the search for the new vendor to do the sidewalk repair?
That we're finalizing the bid document.
Okay.
And we should solicit before the end of April.
Okay.
So after that, it's a 30-day period. So by May, we should get our bids.
Okay, so right now, all sidewalk repair is on hold?
No.
No?
We're still using the old
existing
vendor,
one?
yes, yes.
Okay. At slower pace. Okay.
Yeah, we're not stopping.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Through the Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia, you're recognized.
Thanks, sir. I don't know if I heard Omar say the study's back on the canal. Was that one of them?
No, the phase one?
Yes.
So phase one, we received the draft inspection report last week. We're currently reviewing that. It's quite extensive. At the same time that we're reviewing, the engineering company that is our prime consultant, they're preparing the engineering report, which will include their opinion and recommendations for mitigation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the council? Seeing none, I'll just actually, I have 2 points. One, on behalf of, I'm sure, every councilman, can we set up something where we get to take sledgehammers to the 59th Avenue building? Because that would be awesome.
We'll talk to our insurance people first.
And then the other one is, at the bottom of the report, you typically include the kind of the summary of completed maintenance activities. For example, the sidewalks, 1,509 square yards of replacement completed. It would be useful if it included like a time frame. Like, is that in this fiscal year, this calendar year?
That's as of the end of last month.
As of what?
As of end of March.
So in 1 month,
in
there's
1 month,
1,500?
No. This is from October, from the start of the fiscal year to the end of the previous month.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So every time I report is to the end of the previous month.
Yeah, and then the same applies for the roadway repairs, the
Everything-
sidewalk pressure cleaning.
Every single number there is for
Okay.
this fiscal year up to that.
Where it says completed, you could put like a little parenthesis saying
Yeah.
from
Okay.
beginning of last fiscal year through, the
I can
last
just
day of
put
the
fiscal
last
year,
month.
fiscal-
So
current
just
fiscal year.
for us to be able to kind of put it into context as to how much is, whether it's actually a lot or a little.
Sure.
And that's it, and then I yield back to the mayor.
Anything else of the Public Works Director? Okay, thank you, Omar.
You're welcome.
Before we move on to item 8C, I'm going to move to reopen the order of business, to move a couple items, to get some residents out of here at their request. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Excellent. And I'd like to move up, that the next item we take up be item 10A and 16D, which... Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize my mic was off. My motion is to take up next item 10A and 16D, which was previously combined. We'll take that up next. That way the committee chair can get out of here. And then also for a couple other people that are here on some items in consent, to move up the consent calendar to right after those two items are taken up. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Pardon
Yeah,
me,
you
I forgot
already
to
have
vote
second.
on the reopening of the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The item passes. And now with the motion about the next items to take up, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The agenda is amended. Madam Chair, please come up.
Vivian?
Perfect. Chair Levy, please proceed.
Oh, okay, no, it's on. Good evening, my name is Vivian Levy, I'm the chair of the Special Needs Advisory Board. I'm here tonight to recommend that the town partner with the Des Moines Foundation to provide employment opportunities to individuals with unique abilities. This initiative aligns with our commitment to being a model town for inclusion. The Des Moines Foundation is dedicated to empowering individuals with disabilities by providing employment opportunities and support. By collaborating with the foundation, the town can demonstrate leadership in fostering an inclusive community and contribute to the economic independence of individuals with unique abilities. I'm also here as a mom of an autistic adult. And I often wonder, what is his future going to look like? What kind of opportunities is he going to have in the future? As I'm sure all parents do. But when it comes to a child with special needs, you worry just a little bit more what's out there for them. So I'm going to introduce George Des Moines from the Des Moines Foundation so he can describe the program a little bit. And should I show the video now? Okay. All right. So coming up, George.
Hi, George.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Thank you very much for your time. And I first want to recognize I'm also an older sibling of a young adult with developmental disabilities. This organization started 8 to 9 years ago, and it was started because of my mother. My mother is a tremendous mom, just like Vivian, and an advocate for young adults with special needs. At the age of 22, the services completely fall off when it comes to any kind of service, whether it's resume building, mock interview skills, or just job placement overall. Many young adults with autism, developmental disabilities, cerebral palsy, etc., they can get a job on their own, but they can't keep that job. The long-term employment solutions are not there, and that is where the Des Moines Foundation kicks in. We provide job coaching all the way up to 5, 6+ years down the line. It doesn't matter how much support they need, we are there with them. Our job coaches are there for the first 3 full weeks of employment for 20 hours a week, and they will slowly taper off. On top of that, we provide education-based training, disability sensitivity training to all the coworkers that are also at the company. So they are supported just as much as the young adults are supported. Our program is dedicated to creating these long-term employment solutions because at the end of the day, we need to find a way to have a community of people that are supporting these young adults when our parents are no longer here. Probably one of the scariest things my mom has ever had to say when it comes to creating this program is what is going to happen to her younger son when she's no longer here. And how can I put that solely on my oldest son? Of course, I would always be there for him regardless, but now he has a community of individuals who think like him, that are a part of his community, that go to the UM games, travel around, go play golf over at Miami Lakes, that are a part of his own support system. We have partnered with companies throughout Miami-Dade, and if the town of Miami Lakes can get behind this particular partnership, you could be on the forefront of more towns getting involved. We have partnered with 85 different companies, including Pinecrest Bakery, Baptist Health. We have a tremendous collaboration with Trace Cottage, who is here in Miami Lakes. And we also support 13A. By having 85 different employer partners, we have been able to hire 154 young adults that are getting paid livable wages. And they are now taking that money and putting it back into their communities. When we took that number and expounded it throughout the entire Miami-Dade, they're putting $3.2 million of private wages back into the community. That is astounding. On top of that, in a 3-block radius, there are 5 candidates on our 80-plus candidate waiting list that are right here, close to this center, that are waiting for a job, that are looking for a job, that have office skill based. And if you partner with us, trust me when I tell you this, it will make an immediate impact on the community here. So thank you very much for your time. I'm also available to answer any kind of questions that you may have, and I hope you enjoy the video that we have set up for you.
Thank you. Before we go to the Vice Mayor's motion, let's watch the video, and then I'll turn it back over for any questions that the council may have generally for either.
Because before I was working a part-time job at a grocery store, and my heart wasn't in there.
I needed more to do with my life since I never worked before, and I was worried that my autism would get me rejected.
It's tremendous to have someone that has your back when you have those little flaws where other people wouldn't give you chances, but with them, you'll be able to actually see that, in the end, we're all human.
I came back and I got the job interview and I did perfect. I came polite, I came honest, and I came truthful, and I came in a big smile and told myself I'm a superstar.
When I was not with a job, I was very low-key, down to earth, but now I'm getting my confidence and my self-esteem.
For starters, the word developmental disability sounds more like something that will pull you back and more like chains. Let's say that. But I believe that word won't put me down. I believe it encourages us, knowing that our own uniqueness have our own talents. And with those talents, we can either use them for the job that we have or something that we plan on our own future. And more likely, that word will empower us all.
We help people to find a better job, and we help the kid to find what they want, what job they want to do.
Being human means being different, and being different is a beautiful thing. The De Moya Foundation exists to give young adults with developmental disabilities the employment opportunities they deserve. Through constant communication and support, we provide long-term partnerships that benefit both the employee and the employer. We bring trustworthiness, reliability, and attention to detail at every workplace we employ a young adult. May it be a hardworking small business or a well-renowned company, the De Moya Foundation is using jobs to teach young adults to step out of the box and be the best version of themselves, to be fearless while letting their true colors shine through. Together, we are different.
Because of you, I now have a career that I'm very passionate about.
Because of you, I went from a literal 180 on my life. I almost believe no one was willing to give me a chance, but I'm so glad you proved me wrong.
Because of you, I'm not only able to feel like I can actually do something to support my family, but I'm also able to show that, because of what I have, it doesn't make me different from anyone else, and I'm really glad to have given the chance to show that I can thrive in any situation that, anyone can throw at me.
Because of you, I understand how to stay focused. I understand how to move forward. I understand how to run and get where I need to get, and I think you for help me and teach me the ropes and the skills how to climb the ladders. And I thank you to make me to be a better person.
Because of you, I made new friends and I love my job. So thank you.
Because of you, those with unique abilities within this world can help you achieve greater things and help those achieve more greater things. Because if we all work together by helping the Des Moines Foundation, we will all have a better tomorrow.
Any questions that you all may have?
Council?
Open to answering.
Okay, and before, again, we move on to the motion, is there anything else, Madam Chair, that you want to add to your report?
I think in so many issues, we've led by example. And I think this is one of them that we really should consider. You're changing people's lives. You're changing families' lives. You know, it's not just the person that's going to be employed, but their family.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not often that I enjoy having the thunder taken out from having somebody steal my thunder. But in this case, I'll make an exception. You did a hell of a job of stealing my thunder, and deservedly so. If the budget item deserved to be on page 666, this one deserved to be on 777. So this came about because number one, let me preface this by saying I'm incredibly proud of you, Vivian. I appointed you not too long ago, and you've climbed your way up to obviously impressing your peers on the committee and being selected as the chair. So hats off to you. You're doing a phenomenal job. I think that the Special Needs Advisory Board, frankly, when the last chair left, there was some questions as to, hey, is it going to survive? Because some of these committees, they're very dependent on specific individuals. You show that that's not the case, that this committee is just as strong as ever, and if not stronger. So you've done a phenomenal job. This came about because, we keep attending a lot of these events. We just had Arts for Autism. We had the talent show. What was the one that we went to together where we got the massage?
That was the Arts for Autism.
That was Arts for Autism.
But just to be careful with the phrasing, I just want to be clear that it was a school from Hollywood that was giving free massages to everybody on a chair right there.
Everything was above board.
They just wanted to
This guy.
wanted to clarify that.
What a typical attorney. And as I'm attending all these events, I realize they're all tailored to children, which is phenomenal. We should do that. We should continue doing that. Relax. But yet there weren't that many programs for the adults, the adults with special needs, and especially the young adults who are transitioning into this world of needing to become now part of society, and they want nothing more than to contribute to their families and to their society. And then growing up, there was I don't recall his name. There was a gentleman that worked at the Publix right here on Eagles Nest, who had special needs, who worked as their bagging. Mario, thank you. Community staple. We all knew who he was because he was so friendly, had such great demeanor, great customer service, and just really loved his job. And I said, man, we should be providing this opportunity to more people. And then I started racking my head, and then I said, I'm an idiot. Why am I racking my head? I have a phenomenal resource right here. And I reached out to Vivian, and she said, instantly, the Des Moines Foundation. She said, that's the people that we need to talk to. Just to get us into the proper posture, I'll go ahead and make my first of two motions, which is I'm asking my colleagues to support partnering with a nonprofit organization such as the Demoya Foundation to host a special needs job interview and skills seminar at Town Hall, which would equip those with special needs with the skills and confidence that they need to land a job and excel, and to then excel in that job.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Mr. Vice Mayor, your second motion.
Thank you. The second motion is actually to create some form of platform, or to gauge the interest from the council, so that I can then sit with Herman Claricel on creating some form of platform on our town website. What the best way of going about it is, where employers can advertise job openings suitable for those with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and or where our residents with special needs can publish their resumes, bios, and skill sets, so that employers who are looking to hire can find them.
Just to make sure I'm clear, the motion is just basically to give staff direction to go ahead and start working on this this registry.
It's primarily to, yes,
Okay.
so that I can work with them on figuring out the best way of going about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All those in favor, any discussion, any questions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Thank you guys very
Thank you,
much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we are on item 12, the consent calendar pursuant to the previous amendment to the order of business. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll move it.
So moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is passed. And now we are back on item 8C regarding foreclosing of non-homestead properties with code enforcement liens by Mr. Peterman. Mr. Manager,
Mayor.
you are recognized.
Yes, this is a joint item between us and the town attorney. So it's the manager and the attorney. We just put it under the manager's report. This is an initiative that we started, and you heard Ms. Cintron refer to it. It was an objective to improve the quality of code enforcement and the effectiveness of code enforcement. Our code enforcement officers do a phenomenal job going out there and identifying the infractions. But there are folks, and when I first got here, I was told, at that time the opinion was that we could not foreclose on code enforcement liens. When we started looking at the statute actually only protects homesteaded property. So those properties where the owners live in the property. So all commercial and industrial property, any residential that may be used as a rental property or short-term rental, what have you. So any residential property that's not homesteaded is also subject to foreclosure on code enforcement liens. So we went through an entire process. We identified 124 properties that had outstanding code enforcement liens. And when I say code enforcement liens, that means they've already gone through the entire process. They were warned. They didn't do anything. They were cited, didn't do anything. They had an opportunity to go before the special magistrate, didn't appeal, didn't do anything. So they finally progressed to the point where they had a lien put on the property. But those liens sat there for months sometimes even years. So we went through, we sent them a notice and advised all of those property owners that we were going to eventually take the measure of foreclosing on the property if they did not bring the property into compliance first and foremost, and then come in to cure the lien. Of the 124, 54 of those properties were cured. So they came in, there was a really effective, just the notice. They came in, the whatever infraction was being done, they were cured. They came in, they paid off whatever they had to pay off, but there are still 70 outstanding. So what we want to do is get direction from this council. There's a couple administrative measures that we first have to take after we get approval from this council or direction from this council. One would be to do a full legal assessment. When we identified these properties, months have passed since then, right? So some of these, they may have gone the transfer of ownership. There's some changes that may have happened. So we want to do a complete analysis and make sure that these properties are still in the same state as they were when we put them on the list. So we want to move forward, do a title search and so forth. And then once that happens and we confirm that there are still properties, whether it's 70 or fewer, that are still in this predicament, we will send them a final 15-day letter with a copy of the foreclosure lawsuit saying you have 15 days to come in and make this right. If not, we're moving forward with the filing of the lawsuit to foreclose on your property. And all of these properties are either commercial or industrial or, like I said, non-homesteaded residential. So what we want is direction from this council to move forward. I don't know if Raul wants to add.
Yeah, and I'm going to reiterate and be a little bit repetitive. You have to understand, first of all, these are not homes. We're not taking people's homes. I have a big disagreement on the statute itself, because we've got homeowners in Miami Lakes who've literally put up stuff and said, you know what, I don't care. The maximum fine is $10,000. You can't foreclose on me. The day I go to sell a house, then maybe I'll pay the fine. We've got people that are actually doing that. But these are not those cases. These are businesses who've decided to operate their property as a business and are not complying with the code. And it's any number of different violations. Some are building without a permit, some are just not maintenance, and the way we get to the amount differs per property. They have gotten notices, many of them got a warning, then they got a citation. They did or did not come to the hearing where the hearing was held. They didn't, they got notices, they had the opportunity to appeal. Then we put a lien on their property. They got notice of every single step along the way. You know, to me, code enforcement is extremely important in this town. We live in Miami Lakes for code enforcement. I am not in the business of wanting to take anybody's property away or anything like that. We have to do the title search because some of them may have been foreclosed on. I need to know who actually owns the property right now. Some of them have changed hands without us knowing it. Some people have actually done closings even though the lien is on there and overlooked it. It could be any number of issues. And we also want to make sure that they're not homestead property. One of the things we'll check on, are they getting a homestead exemption? If it's an LLC or an Inc., obviously those are not homestead properties. They can't be under Florida law. The other thing is, look, if we decide to go forward, and this has been important to me, this is the one hesitation I have about doing this. There's going to come a time when it's going to be a business owner that one or more of you know, and maybe someone who is active in the town and contributes and is, you know, a good citizen otherwise. And we're going to be in the process of foreclosing, and we're going to pay $400 to $500 in filing fees, probably $50 to $100 in service of process. We're going to pay for the title search. I got to check, somewhere between $150 and $250. And what I typically get is what we call a foreclosure commitment. Where the fund tells me what and how and what I need to do to foreclose. So we're probably talking $1,000 in costs. Depending on the nature of the case, you know, taking it through to foreclosure, as long as they don't fight it, could be probably another couple of grand at $200 an hour, maybe more. There's going to come a point in time, if you tell us to do this at $200 an hour, what I don't want to hear is, hey, cut your fee, or hey, cut the costs. That's going to be a problem for us, and I don't want to see that happen. So we're either all in or we're not. Now, what happens on August 1st? August 1st, some of the stuff changes, right?
Yeah, because this is a two-hit approach, right? One of the approaches was this council, right? This council approved back just before the end of the calendar year was a modification to the lien reduction schedule, right? And that, there's a line in the sand that they have to, anybody with an outstanding lien, whether they are a homesteaded property or not, they all have until the end of July to come in and modify and comply and bring the property into compliance and reduce their fine reduction or request a fine reduction under the current formula, which is a lot more beneficial than the new one that was approved by the council to go into effect as of August 1st. So between these measures that we're taking here, which are strictly for non-homesteaded properties, and the fine reduction schedule changes that the council approved, which apply to all properties, those two are, and I want to repeat something that Raul said, or Mr. Gastesi said. We do not want to be property owners. No. We don't want to be property owners or property managers. We don't want these properties. We want these properties for the sake of the neighborhoods. Imagine if one of these blighted properties was the house right next to yours. We want these properties to be brought into compliance and be, reflective of the Miami Lakes way. And that's what we want to do.
There are two things that I don't like about this job. This is the second one now. The first one is discussing legal strategy up here. That's something that I always complain about. That's not something I like to do, and I'm not used to doing it. The second one now is starting to foreclose on these liens. But it's got, in my humble opinion, it should be done.
So with that, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
It's been moved by Councilmember Fernandez. Is there a second for discussion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Herzberg for discussion. So we'll begin with Councilman Fernandez, and then move to Councilman Herzberg.
I mean, this is right up my alley. I ran on code enforcement, and I was so happy to see our former councilwoman Ruano when she changed when this council before many of us were here, but they changed the schedule where they're no longer allowed to get. And it's all about getting them to comply, right? That's the goal, is getting folks to comply that are out of compliance. And I think if this is another tool in our toolbox, I'm all for it. That's all I have to say.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also pro using the tools that we have to use our code enforcement tool. First question, have we ever filed a foreclosure as a town before?
No, sir.
Not that I know of, not that I can recall. I don't think we got to the point of a foreclosure. You're talking the one with the pot?
Yeah.
The marijuana? I don't think we ever got to the foreclosure part.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember doing that.
We were building up to it as well.
Oh, no, we got real close.
Okay.
Through the mayor.
Hold on, let Councilman Herzberg finish.
So, I reviewed the list last night. There are homestead properties on that list. I understand that's a working list. I trust you guys will do the work correctly. You guys are fantastic attorneys. What I might ask, and let me amend the motion, I think any case you file should come back to us. If it's the first time we're doing it, first, I think there's a good chance you're not going to file any cases. Okay?
I hope so. Goodness,
but
I hope so.
I don't, this is, and why I want this, and I understand it seems like maybe micromanaging from the council.
Can I just clarify something? You're saying file them and come back?
No, I'm saying proceed with doing your due diligence, setting the 15-day notice, doing the draft complaint. I agree, it's a good way to show that you're real. Now, unfortunately, it would be a slight delay. The reason I would like this is if the first time.
That's fine.
It's an action we haven't taken before, and if I don't think you're going to mess up, but if you do, it's on us.
Right.
I think if this is something we're doing, and I'm saying this would be the new process. I'm saying once you do your due diligence and try to get compliance, hopefully you come back to us and say, you know what, we're good. And I think there's a good chance of that. But if there is 3, 4, 7, whatever it is, I think we should have an opportunity to look at those violations, look at those properties, and determine if we as a body believe that our town should start filing foreclosure actions for the first time. So that would be, I guess, an amendment to the main motion.
I guarantee you that one of the ones that we foreclose on will be someone I know. Do you really think I want to do in Latin American church,
I
know. Blah, blah, blah? I do not.
We still have a lot that we got to get through, so there's an amendment that's been proffered to require that prior to filing that it comes back to us one more time on a regular basis. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the amendment? So I'm gonna suggest that the compromise there, because to have to vote each time, I think it's gonna be a lot. Like, how about, okay, so maybe we're thinking the same thing, where it's just a list in the attorney's report that, hey, these are the homes we're gonna move forward on in the next month or so, right? And then that would be our point.
So just something that brings it back to us, because if it goes haywire, it's on us. Obviously it's on the attorneys too, but it's on us. So I would just, and honestly, this might be a one-time thing. We can go back to it. But because it's the first time we're thinking about doing it, I think it should come back to us first. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, so.
I'm fine with the way you're saying.
Okay, well, yeah, well, okay, then I guess that's sufficient direction then for the attorneys. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. You guys have it. The amendment passes. Anything else, Councilman Herzberg?
That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does that apply also to commercial property, or is this just strictly
This is only
residential?
It's
Commercial,
only commercial.
industrial, and residential properties that are not someone's homestead.
Okay.
Anything that is not homestead.
Okay. We had stated, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we have not ever foreclosed on any property that we know of. Does anybody recall Advance Auto Part?
The Advance Auto Part, was kind of like a test pilot, right? It was a test case. We sent an initial letter. They will review them as I'm not sure if they are in here, if they came in ever to fix and cure any liens that they had outstanding. But I'll verify whether they are one of the 70 on this list, or maybe one of the 54 that came in after we sent the initial letter. I'll verify that and I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Manager, they are on the list. I remember seeing them. There's a few large corporations still on that list too.
Yeah.
Anything else, Councilman Cuadra Garcia?
None.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Just wanted to confirm, so the administrative stuff leading up to you guys determining this is definitely a homestead property, is that something that's covered under the general items that are under the contract that we have with the firm, or is that something that would be hourly, like litigation?
No, this is litigation. This is hourly. Some
Okay.
of them are going to fight. and everything else.
Pre-lit.
Okay, so if your investigation were to reveal that the property is in fact homesteaded and we cannot proceed, we have to eat that cost, right?
No, I'm not going to, hold on. I'm not going to bill you for the time.
Okay, just the cost?
Just costs on that item. If one comes back, I ordered a time. First of all, what we're going to do is, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look through the property appraiser's website, which I got the feeling is what Councilman Herzberg did, and verify those. Anything that's owned by, like I said earlier, anything owned by an LLC or an Inc. or whatever, I'm not going to. Obviously, that's not homestead. The ones that are, I'll try and look into it a little better if I can't tell. But if it comes up later on that somebody pleads a homestead defense or something like that, if we're in litigation and it came up and then we had to litigate over the issue, that's one thing. But if it's something that was obvious from the beginning, I'm not going to bill for my time.
And then just as a follow-up, I know that it's written down on the memo, but just for anyone that doesn't have the paperwork in front of them and anyone at home, we are moving to recover attorney's fees and costs on all of these. So this does end up being free to the town.
And interest, et cetera.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else on this? All right, so I'll close just by saying that I support this item. It's not something I do lightly, but this is, as Councilman Fernandez said, expounding on the efforts that myself, the Vice Mayor, and former Council members Collazo and Ruano were pushing toward the end of last year, which was to really get back to basics when it comes to the town, making sure that we, some people find it a little too much at times. They may criticize as being snobby, but we do take pride in our appearance, the fact that we are a very rules-driven community with a higher standard than many others. So, and again, as the manager and the attorney went into, we have given these property owners multiple times, many opportunities over many years even, to go ahead and come into compliance, and some of them are still not going to. And even if we initiate the foreclosure for the benefit of the public out there, that is exactly what the trial is for, an additional step of due process where they will have an opportunity to show either why our records are wrong, right? And maybe they had satisfied the lien or they did comply and there was something that was missed, or otherwise to go ahead and settle the case at a later time if they so choose. So this is not the end, and the property owners will later have the ability to go ahead and further defend their rights if they so choose, or to go ahead and settle with the town if they so choose. So I'm fine with that. With that said, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So item 8C, Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion passes. Item 8C.
Excellent. Item 8D, tax collector legal action. Mr. Manager, you're recognized.
Yes, Mayor. This item, we had it on the agenda prior to receiving a letter from the tax collector's office late last week. The reason we did not pull this from the agenda is that the way the letter was couched was we believe that he is not acquiescing to the fact that he is not able to charge this commission to municipalities. He just claims that it's for financial reasons, that he doesn't necessarily need the municipal contribution to fund his office. So we'd like direction from this council that if that position changes, whether it's this fiscal year during this process or in subsequent fiscal years, that we have direction to move forward with the legal steps necessary to enforce the state statute as well as the Attorney General's opinion that is as old as 1973 that states that municipalities should not be charged this commission.
Our firm, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, our firm has taken a pretty lead role in this issue for, obviously, for the city and another city. The reason we want this direction is because we may have to move quickly, depending on when he does something like this. If he does it too late in the game or something like that, we don't want to do the old emergency executive session, special call, all that stuff. We were in shock that he would try and pull something like this. We were supporters of his, and we're not happy with him right now. And we want him to know if he changes his mind or deviates off of this, that we are ready, because this is completely unfair what he was trying to do.
Yeah, Mayor, to reinforce what the town attorney has just stated, is the way this process works is not that we would get the money and then he would say, hey, I'm going to charge you, and then he'd
No.
send us a bill for the money. He collects the money. So possession is 9/10 of the law. So he would just withhold the money, and then we would, by surprise, we would be short on what
Exactly.
expected tax revenues.
Exactly. He would pull the money, you've budgeted police, everything you've budgeted, and now all of a sudden, we're out this commission. What do you do? That's the problem. That's why we want to make sure that if he even reconsiders this, he is on notice that we are going full steam ahead.
Okay, I believe the Vice Mayor was going to make a motion on this.
I move to adopt the manager's recommendation.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Yeah. I'll second.
I'm sorry, who was the second? Oh, sorry, Councilman Sanchez. Any discussion on this?
Yes. Through the mayor.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, and then I think I saw Councilman Garcia also choosing to go. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, through the manager, and to attorney, would this be double dipping?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't this be double dipping?
Our view is that it's double dipping, right? That he's already getting a budget for conducting the operations that he needs to conduct, and that the 2% that he was trying to collect from us would be way above what he's entitled to collect, right? Because he's allowed, our interpretation is that he's allowed to collect that from the school board and from the county based on an attorney general's opinion, right? But not from cities, that we are not subject to his ability to impose that fee, right? With that said, they want to basically be not only preemptive, but also, trying to get ahead of any issues, right? And try to, ensure that this doesn't come back later on. So, fair?
Thank you.
Mayor, for clarification's sake for the public, the one entity that we oversee that may be subject to this commission is our special taxing districts.
Oh, okay, yes.
Right, because it's counties, special districts, and special assessment districts, and I believe that the special taxing districts would qualify as one of, in that definition, so we'll double check that.
But the municipalities themselves are
But the
exempt.
municipalities are definitely not to be charged, and that's the lion's share of our concern.
Perfect. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to clarify, so our neighborhood taxing districts, they are, if he decides to do this,
They may be. I want to verify
You
that.
wanna
So I
verify.
want to make sure that that's on the record so everybody's aware. We'll double check that and we'll work with the attorney's office to verify that, because the definition says counties, special districts, that's why the school board pays, and special assessment districts. And we have to double check to make sure, to see if our special taxing districts qualify as a special assessment district.
Absolutely, because it'll be.
Special assessment district may only be the
Yeah.
districts that are imposed on people, not the ones that they voluntarily
Okay.
take on, like for a purpose like a special taxing district.
Yeah.
That may be different. We got to double check and do a little bit of research and see whether that qualifies or not.
Absolutely, because that would be incredibly unfair if that's the case to our residents in the special taxing districts. Thank
But
you.
it wouldn't be all of their taxes. It would only be that portion
Okay.
that is the budget for the special taxing district. It
Okay.
would not be.
Sure.
Those people
No, yeah, it would just be
their
that,
ad
yeah.
valorem taxes would not
Yeah,
qualify,
of course.
just like
No,
the
no, of
rest
course,
of the
'cause
town.
that falls under us. Yeah,
It's
no.
it's a small amount.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it, the item carries. Mr. Attorney, do you have anything to report separately?
No.
All right, so with that, we're on item 11, special presentations, the presentation of the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year FY of 2023, 2024. Madam CFO, go ahead.
Kay Grant, Finance Director for the Town of Miami Lakes, and CFO, and Risk Manager. So that's a no to 5951 building. And the Sledgehammer, that's a no as the Risk Manager. So absolutely not. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Town Council, Mr. Manager, my colleagues. Good evening, everyone. Florida statute requires municipalities to complete an independent audit and submit a comprehensive financial report to the state within 9 months following the end of the fiscal year. Our independent auditors, GEMRT, that's Garcia, Espinosa, Miyares, Rodriguez, Trueba, and Company, more than a mouthful, they completed the audit in 6 months on March 28th, 2025. And the result of their work and ours is before you right now. On the dais before you is the 2024 Town of Miami Lakes, Florida Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2024. This report, it reflects the town's ongoing transparency, accountability, and the responsible stewardship of public funds. So, before I introduce the audit team to give the highlights of the report, I'd like to say a few things, if I may. First of all, this document will be on the town's website tomorrow for everyone to look through at their convenience. I know that a lot of people, once they flip through it, all they see is numbers and schedules and they get an instant headache. Don't worry about it. I'm here. We're here, and through the manager, feel free to call through the manager and ask us any questions, and not just the finance team, but also our auditors are here if you have any questions. And again, before I introduce the auditors, I'd like to take a moment, if I may, to acknowledge the many people who made this report possible. Mr. Manager, thank you for your support and letting me do my thing, and for always having an open door. Thank you very much on that. To all the departments, your cooperation throughout the process is truly appreciated. This report, preparing it is an extensive undertaking. It took 6 months. 6 months of hard work, countless hours, collaboration, review, analysis. So it is truly a team effort, and I want to thank all the departments for their support. A special thank you, of course, to our budget officer, Melissa Hernandez, and to our grants and governmental affairs manager, Olivia Schock. She's not here today, but she did a phenomenal job on this report. And of course, my deepest gratitude goes to the finance department team, and that is, if I can present them, Gabriela Escobar, our accounts payable specialist, and David Serrano, our accountant. This is their first year. In another week or so, it's going to be their their 1-year anniversary with the town in the finance department. Now, Gabriella was the liaison for Special Needs Advisory Board and Mental Health Task Force about 2 years ago, but this is her first time working in the finance department, and they are two of the town's rising stars, if I may say so myself. Their enthusiasm, their sharp minds, their willingness to learn, their strong work ethic, and their attention to detail was a key success to this report and to the finance department. Not only did they assist with the audit, but they kept the smooth operation, the smooth day-to-day operation, and so our level of service remained very high. The standard of service that we typically give, it remained high even though they were new to the audit. So thanks to Gabby and David for your hard work. And again, thanks to everyone, if I missed anyone, for their contribution to this effort. There are two things that I'm really, really very proud of that I'd like to share, and one is for the 9th consecutive year, the audit resulted in, and I know that the audit team will go into it, but it gives me pleasure to say, the audit resulted in 0 findings. There was no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies, and we had full compliance across the board. That is a major accomplishment and one that I'm incredibly proud to share. Another thing is, for the 12th consecutive year, the town was awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting by the Government Finance Officers Association. That's the highest form of recognition for governmental accounting and financial reporting. That was for the year 2022-2023. We've already submitted this report, because we want to keep the tradition, right? So next year, I'll be up here saying, we have received the award for the 13th consecutive year. So I look forward to that. Anyway, tonight we're joined by the independent auditors, Jerry Donatis, Francis Cabrera-Yek, and Mariana Roman. Also, we had another person on their team, Azalea. She couldn't be here today, but it has been a pleasure working with them. I know most people don't like to work with auditors, but we love ours. And I want to thank them for their professional approach and their high standards in conducting the audit. So let me introduce you again to Jerry Donatis. He will go through and highlight the major parts of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Good evening, Mayor Dieguez, Town Council, Town Administration. Pleasure to be here tonight with you to present a brief summary of the audit results of the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2024. Like Kay mentioned, my name is Jerry Donatis. I'm one of the audit partners at GEMRT. And also Francis Cabrera-Yek is here, who was a manager in charge of the audit, and Mariana Roman, who was the senior on the engagement. So let's start things off by, the title of the report. It's the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. It was issued with a date of March 28th, 2025. So that allowed the town to submit its financials to the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, within the required deadline to be able to receive the certificate that Kay mentioned. The opinion in the report is an unmodified opinion, so that means it's a clean opinion, that everything in the financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects, and there were no material misstatements that were noted. We did not, again, as Kay mentioned, there were no findings in the report, and there are no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that were noted. In terms of the process of the audit and the extensive work that we do, And we did not encounter any difficulties in completing our procedures and our testing and analysis. And we had no complications in dealing with management. Everyone was available to us as needed. Kay did a great job, and her team, in facilitating the audit and getting us all the information that we needed. The town manager made himself available as well if there were any issues or if we needed any help from him. During the course of the field work, there were a couple of adjustments that Kay and the finance department provided to us. That's normal after information comes in after year end and minor adjustments are posted. As far as audit adjustments, we had a few minor ones just to reclass some balances for financial statement preparation purposes, and then to adjust some of the lease liabilities. But the CFO, they did a great job in giving us the trial balances that were finalized and adjusted and required minimal adjustments on our end. In terms of the fund balance, as of the end of the year, September 30th, 2024, the unassigned fund balance was $5.5 million approximately, which is in compliance with the town's reserves policy. In terms of the budget, overall expenditures were within the final budgeted amounts, and the revenues and appropriations were sufficient to cover those expenditures. During the year, the town expended over $750,000 in federal grant funding, and it also expended more than $750,000 in state grant funding. So those are the thresholds that require a single audit. So this year there was actually two. There was a federal single audit as well as a Florida single audit that was required. Those were carried out in accordance with the uniform guidance for the federal, and then in accordance with the rules of the Florida Auditor General for the state. There were two major programs audited. For the federal, one of them was the state and local fiscal recovery funds with the ARPA funds, and the other was from the Economic Development Initiative from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. In addition to those two major programs, there were three state projects that were audited on the Florida single audit. So it's a good sign, because it's good that the town's using the getting the awards and using the money to enhance their projects. So that was good. In terms of the single audits, there were also no findings noted with that. All the compliance testing was good. The opinion on the single audits was also an unmodified opinion. Everything, we work closely with the CFO and the grants manager on the single audits. Again, everything we tested, everything we requested was given to us in a timely manner, so there were no issues there as well. And that's, it's always important to continue maintaining grant files, the reporting, the maintenance of everything, and the expenditures and reimbursements and all that orderly. So the CFO and grant manager are doing a great job with that. That's a high-level, basically, overview of the audit, just to keep it brief. But again, I want to thank CFO Kay Grant. She's did a great job once again facilitating the work between us and our team to be able to get it together in time and finish it by the end of the month of March. And also, like I said, my team, Francis for leading the audit, and Mariana for working extensively, and our staff also to get it done in time. And as Kay mentioned, we are available always at any time during the year to try, answer any questions or help the town in any way in regards to finances and reporting and things like that. So,
thank you very much. Any questions from the council?
Through the chair.
Mr. Councilman Garcia.
Jerry, I want to thank you so much and your team and your staff, and 9 years in a row with zero findings. That's just a testament to the consistency and professionalism of our staff and our town. And to the residents that are listening today, I mean, these are our books, right? This is every single penny that comes in and comes out. And according to you and according to we're following all the rules and regulations. We're doing a great job 9 years in a row. And we're really stewards of taxpayer money. And it shows with this. So I want to thank you again, and again, the staff. And Mr. Manager, kudos to you again, sir. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay. With that, I guess I'll entertain a motion to accept the report.
I'll put them.
I'll second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. Excellent. The motion
Thank you.
carries.
Thank you.
Report accepted. Thank you all
Good
for your
evening.
time. We're now on item 13A, ordinances on first reading. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, Land Development Code at Article 6, Supplementary Regulations, creating Section 13-77.1, Online Sales Showrooms, providing for findings of fact, intent, and purpose, providing for regulations, providing for penalties, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date.
With that, Vice Mayor Morera, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Dieguez. So this is the item, several members of the public came to discuss this item and in support of this item. You may recall, this is the item that I brought a few months ago with regard to, I think at the time I called it limited retail. What was ultimately passed on the dais was for me to sit down with our staff and have a discussion on how we could best go about this. After sitting with Susanna and with Danny Angel, we came up with the framework that's currently before you, which creates this online sales showroom / modified retail category and inputs it into the appropriate sections of the business, commercial, and industrial master use list. So this is essentially implementing what was already agreed was a good idea, but is simply now just being implemented. And obviously it would still require a second reading, but I would ask the council to adopt it. However, did you want to clarify the little minor changes that needed to be made on the?
So just one minor change, and just so there's no confusing. On the chart that you have before you, it shows that it's an accessory use, and it's accessory, yes, but it's accessory conditional. So there will be just clarification on that point.
So he's referring to page 661, the third row where it says commercial and retail activities. Rather than showing the A, wherever it says A, it would actually be a C.
Correct.
Oh, okay. It was just a typo.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Fernandez. Is there discussion or debate on this? I do have some questions because I had a little bit of a truncated meeting with the manager. What is the threshold finally on the amount of sales permitted at the site?
There you
go. So because it would be very difficult, hi, Susana Alonso, Planning Department, sorry, good evening. Because it would be difficult for us to monitor and sort of keep track of that without like asking for sales reports at the end of the year and stuff like that, we chose not to add any minimum sales or anything like that. So it's basically not a retail store. This is a store where all sales are still conducted online. So there's no retail sales on the floor.
So
this is not a retail as a retail would be.
So okay, so just to clarify, right. Then it's no longer not even just limited retail; it's just purely showroom.
But we're not going to be monitoring in that way. Basically, this is a place that you're coming in with an appointment of some sort. It's not going to be used by people that are walking by. It's going to be interior to the building with no signage outside, right? So it's meant to be something that you access through personal knowledge of whoever it is that is opening the door for you and letting you in. And then how the transaction actually happens is not something we are able to monitor.
Yeah, and I'm going to vote to advance this, but again, I just want to reiterate, and I'm actually glad it came out in our agenda briefing that I had with the manager and with the attorney that it actually should have been marked as a conditional use. For those who are newer up here, obviously that gives us more flexibility because with the conditional use, you know, they have to come back and constantly get it renewed. They're not automatically entitled to it. So for whatever reason, if it later comes out that they are not complying with the requirements here, then we can always yank the approval.
Correct.
So, and that makes me feel a little better because what I don't want to do is in these office districts now basically open a back door for all sorts of retail businesses to proliferate and change the character of those districts, right? Because there's a reason why we haven't organized zoning, scheme in the town, right? Between a certain amount of uses that are permitted and where you can do them. And it's all, it's for a purpose, right? So I didn't want to disrupt that. With that, I'm gonna advance it, but I needed the answer to that
And also,
question.
this doesn't trigger a change of use, which going full retail would trigger a change of use, which would trigger building permitting requirements that then change a lot of the geometry of where bathrooms need to be, where exit needs to be, the storage of items. This does not trigger a change of use per the building department, and that's also important to be able to keep it as a conditional use, as continuing to be an office use that is by appointment only, interior to the building. So that's why if you see the actual text, and yes, the first line is approved as a minor conditional use.
Yeah, and again, especially, in some of the streets that are in this district, like mine, right? Like my street is within one of these districts. So I'm just want to make sure that we're not going to compound the issues that are already taking place there. So
Yes.
with that, I'm going to move to support it. Is there any other debate or Councilman Herzberg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and your thoughts took me to the way it's written right now, it does say, and whether the showroom may accept walk-in customers. So is that something that we determine if they may or may not? And if so, how's that determination made? Because then we'll say some can and some can't. Is that an issue for us?
So the way conditional uses work is they're basically individually, and you're gonna see one today. The one that you're seeing today, it's unrelated, it's a different matter, and it's for many of you is your first, so we get to discuss this twice today. Conditional uses are uses that are not regulated through a list of regulations. I keep saying the same word over and over, but it's a good redundance. So because we have to specially fit it to the actual use, and the way that we work through this is that the applicant comes in with a letter of intent of how they mean to operate their business, in which they detail their operations carefully. If those operations are something that we're okay with town-wise, hours of operation, number of employees, storage location of materials that they're gonna be working on. So we want all these things in writing from the applicant themselves. If all of these are things that are okay, that we see that are going to be compatible with the neighborhood, then we can issue the conditional use accordingly to tailor it to the specific operations of that. That's why, whether or not they can have walk-in customers or not would be dependent on maybe the location of the use, right? So if maybe it was a similar use, but it's in a district where it would be okay because it's not an RO or is something else, but it's still an office building, then we could approve it with walk-in. Right?
Okay,
Right.
that answers the question.
So you can,
it's an open. When these come before us, we can say, yes, you can have walk-in or no. But
Correct.
there's no, I guess the last question, could we make, we're not going to track sales, so walk-in is just walk-in. We're not going to say, well, only 50% of sales can be walk-in.
Right, because that would be complicated.
Okay.
But again, if you see the way that is written, there's not going to be any outdoor advertising. There's not going to be an outdoor signage. There's not going to be like a door that is just to the outside. It's going to be interior to the building. So just accessing the property is going to be trickier than just walking into a store in Main Street.
Got it. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, seeing nothing further, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13A, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, item 13A, passes.
Excellent. We're now moving on to item 15A. Children's Paradise Learning Center. And with that, I'll let the manager go ahead and read his statement.
Why is it under quasi judicial?
Yes, they are. But I don't think it needs to be read into the record.
No, but if it's quasi judicial.
According to what I have here, he has to read a statement, then the clerk will swear in everybody, and from there. I got my notes here.
All right. All right. 15A, Children's Paradise Learning, we're doing 15A and?
Let's take them up one at a time. So
Okay,
let's start with 15A.
so we'll do 15A, but this is going to also, the part that I'm reading now is also.
Oh, yeah, it's applicable to 15B as well.
15B,
Yes.
yeah.
And the swearing of everybody will also apply to both,
Right,
just for the
we're
record.
trying to streamline this a little bit. Please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. An opportunity to persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk. This is hearing number COND 2024-088, applicant Children's Paradise Learning Center, folio 32-201500600010, location 15520 Northwest 77th Court, Miami Lakes, Florida 33016, zoning district BU 1A. In accordance with the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code, the Town LDC, Children's Paradise Center, the applicants are requesting a conditional use for an educational facility.
Madam Clerk, now for your part, to go ahead and swear in everybody, the
Please
witnesses.
stand and raise your right hand. Do you
But
promise?
wait, 1 second. Just to be clear, that applies for both items. So all those that are thinking that you're going to speak on either item, please stand and raise your right hand.
So do you promise to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God? Very well. And before we even begin with the discussion of the items, let me just state for the record that all the elected officials have provided me with the ex-parte communications for both, for 15A and for item as well, 15B.
Okay, with that, we're going to begin with 15A. Madam Director, go
Again,
ahead.
Susana Alonso for the Planning Department. This is a conditional use, much like we were discussing before. This is one in action today that you get to hear. It's a small daycare now located in the Royal Oaks Plaza in the corner behind, like in the back of it facing, I'm sure you all sort of kind of know, yeah. They've been there for quite a few years and they're now needing to upgrade their facility. They're not doing any actual work, but because of new insurance regulations due to fire requirements, in order to have older kids in the facility, they're having to do something called a change of use, and they're having to go through this process where we have to now account for the older kids separately than they used to be. So the number of kids that they're proposing to have is not changing. The only thing they're changing is how the ages of the kids is allocated to where they're having 10 kids that are actually going to be older than kindergarten, so first grade and second grade. And I'm going to let them do their own presentation because this is all based on the letter of intent that they submitted, where they said how their hours of operation work, how the kids are getting dropped off, how they mitigate any problems. They do have sufficient outdoor space to accommodate the kids. They do have sufficient facilities to accommodate the kids. So I'm going to let them do their presentation, and staff recommends approval as it meets all the conditions of conditional use at this point.
Excellent. The applicants, if you'll please step up. You may proceed.
Hi. Good evening. Yaneris Figueroa with offices at 18239 Pines Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Children's Paradise Learning Center number 5. So as Ms. Alonso described, we are simply requesting a change of use to add the educational. We're only adding 10 more children in terms of ages. So it would go up to second grade, but our total license continues to be 124. So there will be no expansion in the number of children or in the hours for the total impact of the property. It really is just limited to changing those ages. In those classrooms, we would have square footage to go up a little bit more. At 30 square feet, we're looking at being able to add about 20 children. We're limiting it to 10 to really not create a bigger impact on the community, on traffic, anything like that. I think the biggest thing to reiterate and the biggest point for you all is that really it's still 124. So we could have 124 daycare children It would just be changing them to a little bit older. Once they're older, it really helps also with traffic. There's a bit less, the times are more consistent, so they get there about 8 o'clock, they leave around 3 o'clock, so it's a little bit less stringent on traffic than if it was daycare children that can come and go at any time. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
There's an order to this, guys, so hold on. So first, we're going to go to the general public. Was there anyone in the general public that was sworn in that wishes to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none. With that, we're going to move on now then to, okay, yes, we're going to go to the council to ask questions. And let's go from my left to right. So Councilman Sanchez, go ahead.
So right now, we're getting close to the end of the school year. Do you foresee going up to third grade?
No, we would only be
You're gonna
staying
cap
to
out at
second grade, yeah.
Okay, and you currently have first and second graders?
Yes.
Okay, so this is an after-the-fact type of request?
Right, so historically, this change wasn't necessary. Recently, as was discussed earlier, because of
Yep.
insurance and things, we're having to add this change.
Okay.
Councilman Fernandez? Again, this is just
I
questions.
want to correct the fact that although this is the first time that we hear it as a council,
Before we start arguing for or against the application, just focus on questions. Okay.
No, I wasn't gonna. I have a question for it, but I just wanted to state that we have actually heard many quasi-judicial hearings through the Planning and Zoning
That's
Board.
right, yes, you were on there.
So no, I just wanted to ask you, is there, I think to piggyback on what Councilman Sanchez was saying, is there an intent to continue to grow it and to possibly add more older children, or is this kind of, you're going to stay at the second grade?
Yeah, right now, we really wouldn't have more capacity than that. So there is no intent to go up more than second grade. Our clientele is really the smaller kids. It's really kids from daycare that sort of grow up with us, and then some parents just want to feel a little bit more comfortable being in a smaller environment, so they keep them a little bit longer. But really, once they're in third grade, they would go to the nearing, public schools or private schools in the area.
And I heard the number 124. Is there any way that you can grow that number that we're not aware of? In other words, do you have an intent to grow it, to pick up the space next to you at some point or anything like that, or?
No, there's no plans for that right now, and it's our geographic area within the shopping center is kind of limited. We really wouldn't be able to expand any more than we're at. So really, 124 is the max that we're looking at.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Morera.
No questions. I'm ready to approve.
Councilman Garcia.
No questions.
Councilman Herzberg.
One question, I guess, I just want to be clear. Right now, you have 124 students, and this isn't an increase. This is keeping your current student capacity the same?
Correct, yeah. Our GCF license is for 124, so
Okay.
that would be no change at all.
Okay, so in reality, there shouldn't be any change in traffic or more
Right,
cars?
traffic patterns, everything should stay the same. In fact, as I stated
Right.
earlier, elementary students' traffic patterns are a little bit more favorable than daycare.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
No, perfect.
No questions?
Everything's perfect, been answered. I was going to ask about the traffic, but it's been answered. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. With that, at least based on what the attorney's handed me here, Susanna, do you have anything else to add? Okay. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and now it's for the council to debate. Is there any debate on this particular item?
Mayor, I think we need a...
Vice Mayor Morera?
I think we need a proper motion first.
Well, yes, correct.
So I'll move to approve COND 2024-0088 for Children's Paradise Learning Center Number 5, Inc.
For the reasons on the record. And seconded, been moved and seconded. Any debate, any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's approved. Congratulations.
Thank you for your time.
15B.
All right, this is hearing number PLAT 2024-0374. Applicant TGCV 6685 Eagles Nest LLC. Folio 32-2013-011-0030. Location 15615 Ludlam Road, Miami Lakes, Florida 33014. Zoning District TC. In accordance with the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code, the town's LDC, TGC 6685 Eagle Nest LLC, the applicants, are requesting final plat approval in order to replat portions of an existing tract.
Excellent. All right, so let's get this hearing underway. The public hearing on this item is now open. Go ahead, Susanna.
Again, Susana Alonso for the Planning Department. This is a platting application. Platting is usually an exercise in property lines, easements, and in this particular case, the applicant is seeking to clean up some prior easements that they had on the property. They're preparing to maybe in the future start considering different developments for the property, and I'm going to let them talk about that and what their issues are. But there was several little easements that were just encroaching on areas, including a sidewalk that was going to nowhere, and they were looking to clean up and have this property getting ready for some future work and I'm going to let them explain.
All right, turning it over to the applicant now.
Good evening, Mark Johnson, Shwebke Shishkin, 2844 Corporate Way, Miramar. We don't actually have any immediate plans to redevelop the site at all. Our client has additional lands next door. The existing facility has got a tenant, and they're staying. But to Suzanne's point, the existing site is served by an easement, by a utility easement that's platted along the easterly boundary. So we're providing utility easements by grants to replace the platted easements and erasing the right by plat so that we have flexibility to be able to relocate those easements in the future should an opportunity provide itself, right? In addition, at the northerly portion of the property line, when the site was originally platted, there was a sidewalk easement provided. There's now 2 sidewalks there, so you don't really need 2 sidewalks. There's a sidewalk constructed in the right-of-way. So in addition, we're vacating that sidewalk easement. So that's the extent of the application. But like I said, we're not here to develop the site. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, before we get there, any members of the public wishing to speak on this that were previously sworn in? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move over now to to the council for questions. Again, from my left to right, Councilman Sanchez, any questions? Councilman Fernandez, any questions? Vice Mayor Morera, any questions? Councilman Garcia, any questions?
Yes, one question.
Okay, you're recognized for a question.
Just a quick question. The sidewalk, is that between the properties, the extra sidewalks?
No. The sidewalk's on Calpen, on the north side of the street.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And like I said, you probably don't even realize it until you kind of walk there, and it's like, I drive by there all the time. It's because it's on the other side of the kind of the landscape, so it's kind of, until you're like on the sidewalk, and you're like,
yeah, so they're keeping the...
All right, any other questions?
That's
all
it,
right.
thank you.
Councilman Herzberg, questions?
I'm good, thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, any questions?
I got a quick question. I just want.
Yes, sir.
Was there at one time a nightclub there?
oh my God. I think there was a nightclub next to it.
It was?
On the south side to the east, but not on this site, no.
I'm
This
just-
is
I'm
the
just-
bank site.
Okay.
The 3-story.
Just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, wait, no, I don't remember that one. Anyway, Susanna, anything else to add? I can't see her. There we go. Okay, so, yeah.
Just to remind that that sidewalk right now is a sidewalk to nowhere. If you follow that sidewalk, you basically land into a fence. So it's really not doing anything for our transportation master plan or for anything. There's sufficient sidewalks and sufficient accommodations right now, so it's not necessary.
Perfect. Do you have anything else to add on your side? No. Okay, with that, is there a motion?
I'll move it.
All right, it's been moved for approval by Councilman Garcia for the reasons on the record. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Herzberg. Any discussion, any debate? With that said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Congratulations, the item passes. Have a good night, guys. All right, so now we are on 16A, no left turn on southbound Northwest 79th Avenue by Councilman Sanchez. You're recognized to present your item.
Thank you very much. So we are aware of the traffic issues at Bob Graham Educational Center. And some of the issues is a gridlock right at the intersection that goes into the northern loop for pickup at the school. that gridlock occurs into the Royal Oaks area when cars are coming out of Royal Oaks and trying to turn into the school, causing that congestion where residents of Royal Oaks or anyone traveling out of Royal Oaks on 79th Avenue are not able to exit. In order to facilitate that and have continuous movement of traffic, in addition to preventing cars from staging inside of Royal Oaks to then come down 79th Avenue and make a left into the school, I'm proposing, and this is one of a few ideas, but it's as I say, the low-hanging fruit that we can do sooner rather than later, to allow cars to just continue traveling, have an expedited way of getting out of the Royal Oaks area without having impediment of traffic into the school. Additionally, I do believe that my sons, when they were younger, they went to Miami Lakes Cade Center, and we lived in very much close vicinity. And one of the memories that they still remember to this day, mind you, my sons are now in high school, is riding their bikes to school and walking to school, and not just on walk your child walk your child to school for that one day a year, but they still remember that to this day. And I think that'll motivate more parents that live outside of town to have that experience, that bring that family-oriented experience to the residents of that part. So I wholeheartedly hope that someone seconds this item, and we can just create a no left turn and help the flow of traffic.
I'll second it for discussion.
On 79th Ave.
It's been moved and seconded by Vice Mayor Morera. We'll begin with you for discussion.
So I definitely agree with the nature of the item, and I agree with its goal. What I'm thinking is, the manager brought up one minor concern, or I guess major concern, and it's that we don't know the effect that it could have where some of the parents, presumably, who are picking up kids do live in Royal Oaks, and now they have to leave and then come all the way back because there is no left turn. What I would propose is, for a period of time, we already have officers stationed there every day, right, during pickup and drop-off. Why not just temporarily, just so that we could see the effect of this? Just put some cones in the middle of the street, lining parallel with the middle of the street, so that it blocks cars from making a left. If we see that we don't cause a calamity, then we go with doing this, the no left turn sign. I think that's a way of testing the theory before investing the money in it. But I think that overall, it's a great item.
Do you want to directly address it before we move on to the next person? Okay, go ahead.
So right now, on the southern loop that is for 4th and 5th pickup, the Miami-Dade resource officer does that exact idea, but he puts his cop car in the middle so nobody can make a left in order to alleviate the traffic going down. Mind you, this is no left turn only in the afternoon hours, not in the morning hours. So as parents are on their way to work, they're still able to make a left because that is more of a staggered drop-off. This is the whole intention of it is just in the afternoon, and it would follow the school schedule. So if there's no school, obviously, then there's no reason to turn into a school. There's no reason to have the no left lane there. But yes, I believe the cone experiment was done in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Can come up for a moment?
Major Gonzalez is here. He can probably speak to what has happened in the past. And just to be clear, we don't have the authority to implement the permit.
Right, it has to go to the county.
Yeah, it would have to go to the county. So everything from here that we're speaking about would be a recommendation, and the county would have to approve.
Just because of the road transfer agreement? Like that's road traffic engineering?
Yeah, any traffic engineering, they have authority still over.
This is just a starting point.
I see the major has come up to the podium here. I don't know if there's anything.
Yeah, it was
specific.
about the experiment that was done in the past where cones were set up already to not allow cars to make a left turn into the northern
just
loop.
to make a suggestion on your item, obviously the sign would be like a hard thing, and then it would take a while to implement it, but I think to the Vice Mayor's recommendation, I think we had a brief sidebar on it. We could start implementing that starting the next school year, where we put the cones. Well, you have to put an officer there, because the way people drive, they'll just come against traffic and turn in anyway. If you don't have an officer there, the cones are just going to be irrelevant. You put the cone, they're just going to come on the wrong side of the road and turn in.
Right.
So you have to staff it with an officer. And then we could give that a trial, like you said. we could see how that, the positive effects of it, the negative effects of it, and then come back and see if it's warranted for full time. But we really, to tell you the truth, you don't even have to go through the trouble of putting a sign, because if we're there just during the afternoon, like you're requesting through the manager, and it's something that you guys want to get done, then we'll do it.
Okay.
We'd just be there. We'd have to, if you had the sign there, we still have to be there.
Right.
Because they'll make the left anyway with the sign.
Right. Right. It's until the
So we have to be there, and if we just are given the direction that that's what you guys want, not to let anybody's coming southbound turn in, then we just man it, and that's what we'll do.
Right. Yeah, it's just I would like to try the cone idea. We still have about a month and a half left of school, so if possible, maybe for a week or so, to see how it pans out. That way, if it does pan out, we have the entire summer to process it, and it's already there at the beginning of the summer, where the majority of the parents, because traffic fluctuates throughout the school year. At the beginning of the school year, it's very heavy, because all the parents want to go and drop off their kids and be with them for those few minutes for that first week or two, until everything irons out and everybody gets into their set schedules. So if we can do that experiment now, instead of at the beginning of the school year, so that we were ready for the new school year.
Right. We would have to work with the school to make some notifications. It's hard to do like a hard implementation of that. Yeah, there's got to be like a week or so
That
to
we're not
actually
gonna allow
start
parents to
giving
make
out. Yeah, people give because if not, we'll be fighting the system.
Right.
At least the school, we work with the school, we have the conversation. Robert does a great job communicating. Hey, look, like we did with the no parking in certain areas, we're going to start giving tickets.
Right.
We kind of gave out that warning. They gave out the warning to the parents. They sent them an email, make a phone call.
Right.
Hey, the police, there's a new traffic pattern going to effective this week. The police is not going to allow you anymore to make a left, so they can prepare accordingly. Instead of parking up there, now they'll be parking down there, planning for the new route.
Okay.
So we could do that, if that's what you guys want to do.
Okay.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia, and then Councilman Fernandez.
If I understood this correctly, are we talking about, so basically the traffic, that's down my alley, so basically they would be coming from the north into the south on 77th.
79th.
79th, I'm sorry, correction. And they would not be able, or we'll eliminate them from making a left turn to go into the school. So basically that leaves them going down south and having to rope themselves somewhere on 154 to come back, or going to the Winn-Dixie. My worries are traffic. We're going now to deviate traffic all the way to 154 Street, and then that would, we'll eliminate this one, but then we'll cause chaos on the other end. I mean, does that make sense?
You're just going to displace it, but it's gonna solve the issue with the pre-staging inside Royal Oaks, and to the resident, anywhere there will be no more pre-staging to the north of the school, because you're not going to come directly into the school from there. So that's going to alleviate the concerns that the residents inside Royal Oaks, the cars by the guard gate. Now if they come from the south, there'll be nobody north in there staging, unless I could see maybe some parent tell a kid to park on the swale and tell them, hey, meet me up here. But they're not going to be driving, blocking the street, coming or filing southbound. There'll be no traffic southbound on 79th Avenue during dismissal, because the traffic will only be going northbound.
Through the mayor.
You recognize.
To put it simply, yes. We don't know, and the cones kind of gives us a little trial period where we don't spend any money. There's no permanent fixture. We figure out, does it do that? If so, we stop doing it.
Okay.
It's
So
also
it's a
going to
trial.
probably alleviate us staffing the officers within Royal Oaks, the extra 2 officers, because now there'll be, that issue up there will probably be remedied.
Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm all for the item. I think that it's worth a try. Do you foresee, because this is one thing that I have in my head, do you foresee anybody passing us from, so not making a left and continuing southbound on 79th Avenue and then making a U-turn at some point?
There's no U-turn signs there. You can't make a U-turn on 79th Avenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's, you don't believe that'll happen?
Well, if they do, then they're gonna just face the consequences.
Miami-Dade
But we talked about that already in pre-staging. If we had to do it, we would have to have an officer there doing citations and issuing at the beginning, so people know they can't make a U-turn, because there are no U-turn signs. You're not, almost all schools have no U-turn signs in front of the schools on no strips. So there is no U-turn signs for northbound and southbound traffic on 79. in that school zone.
Okay, I'm all for the item.
Josh?
Councilman Garcia.
Well, listen, if we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, which is listening to the residents, and they're stuck in their homes all these years, if this is something that could relieve that and we can test it out, I'm all for it as well. So
Yeah,
I
that's
think
going to
it's
alleviate
yeah.
residential concerns. It just tasks more for the commercial 154th Street area, but you know, it's a divider. But again, it's just, you know, it will definitely alleviate the residents' concerns.
I'll bring up my comments after everybody else has their round. Councilman Herzberg.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that item. I just want to understand where we're at. You made the first motion, but then you talked about the trial. So do you want to amend the motion so we can get the trial going, things like that? I just want to make sure we get it clear.
That's what I'm about
But
to do.
otherwise, I'm in favor. If you think it's a good idea, then I'm fine
Okay,
with it.
Councilman Sanchez for a motion.
So I move to amend it to do the trial with the cones with the police officers through the end of the school year, whichever window is available. And if it pans out, then over the summer, we can come back and look at the results and, you know, move forward and send it up to the county.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
second the
So
strike all
we'll-
amendment.
I could give you a report in the June meeting, how that goes up as a follow-up, because it's the third week of June, school will be done by then.
Right.
And then during the June report, we'll come back to you with our
Any
with the
discussion on the
findings.
amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We're back on the item as amended. With this item, I'll close with this on my end. I'm glad that we're going to do now this trial period. I think that's more prudent because we also have, obviously, it's not just commercial users of 154, right? That's a lot of residents trying to get to the Palmetto and around town. So the last thing I would want to do, though, is that the cure is worse than the disease, as it were. And we make things worse on 154, which is going to affect everybody equally. And I would argue even worse, especially during peak hours. So I'm glad we're going this route. I'm in full support. Are there any other debate on this particular item? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. 16A passes. Thank you. 16B, HOA approvals in the building permit process by Councilman Herzberg. You're recognized to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. This item, I've had some back and forth with the town manager and Danny from Code as well. Basically, what I've heard, and especially from one association, Royal Oaks, who is probably one of the more active ones on this issue, is people are just basically lying on this affidavit. And we know they are. It's a fact. They are not obtaining HOA approval. So I see it as one of two ways. If we know we're giving them a document that we do nothing about, we either get rid of the document or we give the document some teeth. Back and forth with staff and the town manager, I don't believe it would be prudent for our staff to require HOA approval as part of the permitting process. That would slow things down. My position is that we should, I work with staff and we create some type of violation that if we knowingly, if it is either a code or a civil citation, that I'm in between that, I'm happy to discuss. If someone knowingly lies on the affidavit, which that report would come from the HOA, that we create some sort of violation for that. So that would be my motion.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is anybody really sure that they want to discuss this item? Okay, fine. But please make it quick. Go.
Just quickly, I think I do favor more a complete removal. And that's primarily because I do come from the HOA world, right? That was my background. And sometimes a complete divorce of these two entities is better than congealing them. At the end of the day, the town can't be responsible for determining, are you lying or are you not lying? You know, what do the Satori condo docs say versus the Lake Martha HOA condo docs say, you know, or Royal Oaks, whatever. And so that I do actually feel more separation. And the way it is right now, if they're lying, they're lying, but they are under oath. You know, it is an affidavit, and that's on them if they want to perjure themselves.
Any further discussion?
Just a comment on Vice Mayor Morelos. I don't agree with it being a separation, and I think that it's not necessarily that the staff decides or lets the applicant know what the rules are per HOA. I think it's just to establish that there may be, and I think that's the phrase they use, that there may be an approval process for whatever they're trying to apply it with. So they don't get into specifics. If it was up to me, I think that I would give it more teeth and separate it, but that's my opinion.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. This is about efficiency as well, right? You know, we approve something and then the HOA, it's against the HOA rules, and then they run against that. You know, there has to be a mechanism where they're, you know, either they're told or they're saying, you know, check with your HOA, whatever we have to do to prevent this, because, you know, if we support something that the HOA doesn't approve, then they can't do anything anyway. So separating it totally, I think, I don't know. I mean, how many bylaws? I mean, we have what 7 8 HOAs right now. I mean, honestly, I don't think is it too much of a hassle to say, hey, by the way, what you want to do, your HOA is again, so you better rethink it here and prevent, you know, it's a service we're providing for the residents. It's a service we're providing for the HOA. I know it's a little bit harder for the staff, but we're nipping it in the bud early before, you know, thousands of dollars are spent on something, or processes are done, or plans are made, or architect plans are made. I'm just thinking if we can nip it in the bud here, the cascade effect is a lot better for our residents and the HOA and us in the end. So I would do a friendly amendment. I think we should maybe be able to see what the rules are of the HOA before we approve something.
I just want to reiterate that, again, staff is going to be coming back to us with, to flesh out Councilman Herzberg's proposal. At least in my view, the whole requirement of that affidavit just stems from, again, the roots of the town, which is that the HOAs perform an important function in maintaining the look and feel of the town, uniformity, et cetera. And so it's important that in those areas that have HOAs, right, that the town at least backs them up in their mission. Now, understandably, there are
Yes.
HOAs that maybe can go a little overboard, right, in how they enforce things, but they have remedies there too, as you know. So, and this is just about just ensuring, again, that the original intent behind that affidavit is fulfilled. Or in the alternative, if what comes back is not adequate, then, you know, we just go ahead and do separation of church and HOA, if you will. So, but I just wanted to bring that up. Is there anything else on this particular item? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item carries, and we'll hear back soon enough from staff. We're now on 16E, no U-turn during specific times, by Councilman Sanchez, who is recognized to introduce his item.
Thank you very much. So on Miami Lakes Drive, right at the entrance of the golf course, former Vice Mayor Nelson Rodriguez had an agenda item to place a no U-turn sign and was approved, and subsequently a no U-turn sign has been placed. That is in effect 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. However, I would like to have it modified to be only in effect during peak hours of traffic. The purpose, if I understand it correctly, of that U-turn, no U-turn sign being placed there was because drivers coming off the Palmetto, off the 826, that needed to go westbound would get off, make a right turn to go eastbound, make a U-turn in order to bypass all the traffic, but they would in turn create traffic on Miami Lakes Drive westbound that would back up to almost 67th Avenue, which is still somewhat the case now, but it's one solution at a time. However, 77th Avenue is home to many health facilities like Baptist Urgent Care, Miami Children's Urgent Care. Recently I was there, I wasn't feeling very well, I was under the weather, and thankfully I live on the east side of town, so I didn't have to make a U-turn, but I can only imagine someone that isn't feeling well having to drive down even further to make a U-turn to return back home during a non-peak hour. So let's say 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. I would like to modify it to only be a no U-turn during peak hours. So for example, from 3 to 6 p.m. or 3 to 7 p.m. so that individuals getting off the Palmetto wouldn't be able to make that U-turn. That is the goal of this.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The item carries. Congratulations. And now we are on, by previous order of the council, items 16F, G, and J were combined. This all deals with the Special Taxing District Guard Gate District. So with that, I guess we'll start with Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, and obviously, Councilman Quadra and Fernandez come in. But we've had this discussion before. Now I want to bring forward that we do have the STD workshop coming up. So I wanted to bring this to get the idea of the council, and we'll come back on discussions. But basically, we have lock Lockwoman that checks driver license 24/7. Previously, Royal Oaks tried to implement it. It was implemented a little suddenly, and I think that's one of the reasons it failed. So I want to discuss, one, whether or not we should just grant the town manager the right to determine implementing procedures for these gate guards as part of his administrative authority. And then two, a baseline of if we want to proceed with the licensing checks at night, basically a baseline of how you go forward with it. How do you make sure the residents are aware, giving the residents and those districts an opportunity to have stickers on the cars for the ones that don't have resident lanes and things like that, and whether or not we want to do that. So I'll give it over to Councilman Fernandez and Quadra about anything else, but I want to have the discussion and we can talk about it a little bit more in the workshop.
But before we get there, I just noticed something that almost escaped my eye here. I need a motion to waive 7.2 of the rules of special order, or of special rules of order. It's a Cuban coffee, I guess.
I'll move.
But okay, thank you. Who's is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of waiving
Aye.
section 7.2?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The rule is waived. All right. Now, Councilman Fernandez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So the intent of it, and I think that a lot of times it's lost, and Councilman Hertzberg was gracious enough to find in the ordinance of the Coral Gables, their ordinances, where they require it, and they ask the driver a question as to what their intent or what their destination is. And the destination, and these are specific to the same type of special taxing districts that we have in the town where they're public roads. And they require a destination, and it could be as simple as I'm going to drive around the neighborhood because I want to see Christmas lights, and that's okay. But I think that sometimes asking the driver's licenses is lost on a lot of folks, where whether or not it's legal or whether or not it's going to stop them from driving. And I think that the intent really is to for the guard to have a conversation with the driver, to look at them in the eyes, for the driver to have to speak to them. And whether they give it to him or not, I don't think that it matters as long as that conversation is had. So I'm all for it. I hope that my colleagues agree with me. We're not asking for during peak hours where folks are driving in and out often. I think that it would deter deter crime if we can do it from 11 to 6, for instance, or midnight to 6. And I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts.
Through the mayor.
Who is that was asking first?
Me.
Vice Mayor Morera, and then Councilman Herzberg, and then Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Well, I just want to, do you want to have a motion first?
Oh, I thought we had one.
Yeah.
We had no one's made a motion
Make
yet.
a motion?
No one's on.
Well, I apologize.
My motion will be that we require the guards to request driver's licenses from the drivers from the hours of 11 to 6 a.m.
11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, that's seconded by Councilman Sanchez. And we'll, so now going back to discussion, Vice Mayor Morera, Councilman Herzberg, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, and then we'll come back around.
Thank you, Mayor. Primarily, it's a question for legal. I really like this model statute from the city of Coral Gables. My only question is this last sentence in the first portion of it that says failure of the driver to open the window or provide the destination constitutes a municipal ordinance violation. Given the public nature of these streets, is that something that we can actually write?
You can, the way that the Attorney General's opinion have developed is that if it's a public road, okay, you cannot prohibit someone from going in. Could you make a requirement that they roll down their window? Sure. If you cite them for it, though, I'm not sure that that's something that would stick, because they don't have to. You know, you can make the request, you can ask them for their driver's license, you can try to engage them in conversation, but if they don't want to and they want to just have access to the road, you can't prohibit them from having access.
Okay. But like it says here, if they even fail to open the window, that's a municipal ordinance violation.
I would be very concerned about passing something like that.
You what?
I would be very concerned about passing something like that.
Okay,
and-
because that's
and
what,
the
that's
fact
what
that
the
it could be
core gateway law
challenged.
says.
I understand.
Yeah. So, yeah, to the colleagues, I'll say I love this ordinance except that sentence. With the exception of that sentence, just because right away it popped up to me as constitutional concerns and just privacy concerns. What's up? No, you're coming up like you got something to say.
I do. Not to cut you off. Whenever you were done, I was going to say something. Just to touch on something, I know you guys probably haven't heard about it, but I just wanted to talk about it because John's not here. But we were made aware about it probably late last week, that they did have an incident in Loch Lomond where the security guard went to a car that fit an MO of the cars that we're looking for that are trying to break into cars with a temp tag and dark tints. And when he went to the driver's side to try to make contact with the car took off and went out. He didn't even go inside. So he kind of disengaged and left. So I just wanted to let you guys know about that, which is really important to what's going on.
So
that's
it
a perfect
worked.
example that we're aware of. And then now the guards will be notifying our guys to be on the lookout for that car. Once they experience something like that, I already talked to John about it, to kind of notify our midnight guys, hey, we had a suspicious car, he didn't want ID, he took off and he left. Because, you know, if a person wants to be a jerk, but they would go in, but these guys, like, actually, they felt like they were being challenged and they left. So that right there is,
So it did its job.
It was a red light, yeah, it did its job.
Awesome.
So just wanted to let you guys know about that, so.
Awesome. So yeah, I completely support this, minus that one little part, just because I don't like having parts that really have no teeth in them. But the rest of it is great. Good work to all of you guys.
This is new business, right? So we'll have a chance to, yeah.
Okay, in keeping with the previous order, Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I don't really we can speak about it. I don't necessarily believe we need the ordinance. I was shocked to see that ordinance. Okay, I was shocked to see that, and I don't think anyone's attacked it. I think we'll see. We'll discuss with legal regarding the motion. I want to proceed, but two things. One, is this about both of the other STDs that do this, or we go implement it on both? Because right now, I think it makes sense to have them all do the same. I mean, Loch Lomond does it 24/7. I know for a fact, the Royal Oak side wants it. I don't know about Section 1. Section 1 has a resident lane, so honestly, it shouldn't affect the residents whatsoever. I'm for it. And then the other thing is, but I do think that if we implement it, we need to go by some guidelines like I had here. So I would amend that motion, make a friendly amendment to that. You have to give residents notice, give them opportunity at the clickers. And then for our side, on Royal Oaks, there are two entrances that don't have resident lanes. So like Loch Lomond has the stickers. That's something I would want to discuss with staff as well.
Do you have any quick rebuttal on? Oh, okay.
Second the friendly amendment.
Okay. So just, can you restate what the amendment was, just to be clear? Is it to apply it to everybody, or?
Yes, I think it would apply to the remaining. So the two STDs that do not currently check for a license to do this nighttime non-peak hour license check request along these guidelines with giving the residents notice.
So you're okay. Understood. With that, it's been moved and seconded. I guess we'll start with you then on any discussion on this. Okay, Councilman Fernandez, Councilman Garcia, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, Councilman Sanchez. Well, my concern with, go ahead, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, on the amendment.
I like the idea. I know that we're talking about rules and laws, but I like that idea from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. I think it would work. I think it would be a deterrent, and I think it would, as they said, would have the guard and the pedestrian have that contact, and I think that he would think about it twice before he would pursue to do anything. I like that idea.
And how do you feel about applying it equally to all the special taxing districts?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to play a little bit of the devil's advocate here. The whole point of having the, yes, the council ultimately makes the final choice, but I would like to get some input, especially from some of the other HOAs, before I would support something like that. So at least for the amendment for now, I would be down just because I want them to make to hear from them, right? Especially Section 1 has 7 different HOAs, and so I just would want to hear from more residents in those areas.
And I agree with you 100%. That's why we have the workshop coming up, and we can come back with staff and just say, only do the Royal Oak side or whatnot. I understand that. So, in all honesty, I just want to get moving on implementing this. I think the next meeting is maybe when we would actually implement, and we have the workshop in between.
Yeah, exactly. But and again, I do believe, and with Loch Lomond in particular, when we had the issues and we had to switch from Kent to SFM, this is one of the points that was brought up. I actually had encouraged them to go ahead and ask, to implement this policy. I'm glad to hear that it's working. Again, it's only a deterrent, and for those that don't know any better, it will work, right? As we just heard from the major. But with that, here, let's go ahead and vote. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment. Councilmember Hertzberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Quadra?
Yes.
Garcia? Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera?
Yes.
And Mayor Dieguez?
No.
Okay, the motion passes. Yep.
We're now back on the main motion. Any further debate on the main motion as amended?
Point of clarification. We are not, by voting yes on this,
gonna come
directing,
back.
as of today, we're not directing our manager or our staff or JP to start checking IDs tonight, right? It's got to come back.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the main motion as amended.
Councilmember Hertzberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia?
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera?
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez?
No for the time being.
The motion passes.
Okay, next, we are Councilman Quadra Garcia. I believe you wanted to just discuss or have a discussion generally about the security guard that's pictured in your photo there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I wrote here on page 759, public safety is a priority for our residents and the safeguarding of our guard gates. It is crucial to our protection and well-being. Sleeping security guards during their line of duty is irresponsible and unprofessional and unacceptable behavior. This has been an ongoing situation for years that I can remember, for over 20 years, starting from Kent now to SFM. Has been going on issue for years, and this behavior needs to stop. Please see attachment pictures. I would like to discuss with my colleagues options to end the security guard negligence. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually a safety issue. Not only, well, number one, we're not getting what we're paying for. Number two, this officer, this is actually the third time I've caught him sleeping. I wake him up. It could be at 3 in the morning. It could be at 4 in the morning, because I'm up at all times of the night. I'm a night owl. So this is at around 3 something that I caught him. Somebody can literally go by and we have a lot of silly people out there. They could literally hurt this gentleman. And that's not safe for him. And it's not fair for us that we're paying for a service. Again, so I'd like to hear it from
So
SFM.
we have the representatives from SFM here. I don't know if John or Christian would like to speak. And as I understand it, though, there has been some actions already taken with respect to this gentleman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, thank you. Turn on the mic at the base. There's a button there at the base of the mic, base of the mic. Is the light on?
That works?
If you see the green light on, it should be on. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman, for this opportunity. So yes, we recognize that any officer not paying attention to their duties is unprofessional, and this is something that we don't embrace, and we're actually committed to controlling. So several actions have been taken to that effect. Number one, we are committed to performing supervisor visits. We would normally supervise a post an average of 3 times a week. In the case of Royal Oaks, we are supervising them every other day. In some cases, we're even visiting them more frequently because there's a need to also fuel vehicles. So supervisors are present literally on every shift, and we keep records of these visits. Second, we have installed checkpoints, especially to be monitored between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m., which are the times where vehicle traffic slows down through all these guard gates. So officers are mandated to check on these checkpoints every 30 minutes. If they don't check on these checkpoints, an alarm is triggered, and that encourages immediately our SLC that operates 24/7 to call on the officer and make sure that the officer is alert and aware of their responsibility. On top of that, we have camera monitoring. We have installed cameras in all guardhouses at our cost, and we also have those cameras monitored by our SOC to also force our officers to remain awake and remain alert. On top of that, we also implemented radio checks. So on top of the phones that are used to capture pictures for all the officers, we also have radios to have parallel communications with all the guard posts. Now, having said all this, yes, someone may fall through the cracks. I recognize that. So we just need to do more of this and keep the officer alert and active. As you're aware, between midnight and 6 a.m., we also place the exit gate on manual, which means that the officer also needs to take a picture of all the vehicles exiting through those guardhouses. So that also keeps the officer alert during those times. So while I recognize that that picture is accurate, actions have been taken, the officer has been removed, and we have increased all our activity to simply make sure that the officers remain alert.
I'm going to turn it over for questions to my colleagues, Vice Mayor Morera, and who else? Let's get an order of okay. And Councilman Fernandez and Councilman Cuadra Garcia. That'll be our order. Again, the Vice Mayor Fernandez and then Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for being willing to accept responsibility and also work with us on finding a solution. Regarding these procedures you mentioned, the checkpoint, the radio, the cameras, etc. Have you done first of all, these procedures weren't implemented as of the drafting of this new business item. I assume you've had these in place for some time now, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you done I guess, your own investigation internally to determine how this one slipped through the cracks, that there was no radio check, that there was no checkpoint scanned, that the cameras didn't pick up on this individual? Because, I'm hearing Councilmember Cuadra Garcia saying he's caught the same exact gentleman 3 separate times. So 3 separate times he's slipping through the cracks. So I guess my question is, have you looked internally to see why it is that he's slipping through the cracks so that we can fill that crack and prevent it from continuing to happen?
Sure. So the Security Operations Center is monitoring all our security officers. It is not dedicated to Town of Miami Lakes, which means that SLC may be busy attending other things at that point in time. So what may have happened is that the SLC was busy attending other business, and they may have failed to conduct a radio check during that 30-minute period, or the officer may have checked the checkpoint and then sat down and without activity just dozed off. The obvious reason for why this happens is because fatigue. Sometimes we're just not aware if the officer may have conducted business during that day that may have exhausted him and not have the time to rest before the next shift. So those are frequent situations that we need to control.
Thank you again for being here. I'm satisfied. I live in the same guard gates where this gentleman was photographed. The important thing is, I think that SFM has addressed it. I think you've stated that you've removed the officer. I'm satisfied with that, and the safeguards that you have in place are certainly going to prevent that from happening. And it may happen again. It's something that, you know, we all deal with, and there are things that don't always work perfectly. But I do appreciate the efforts that you make to try to resolve it and make it safer for us. So that's it.
Yeah, and again, as my colleague stated, thank you for what you're doing, but this is not the first time. About 6 months ago, I caught, and I have the police report, another individual that left the post at around 3:55 a.m. and went down to Winn-Dixie to meet. So I'll bring those pictures if they're needed, and I'll bring the police report. Then the guard, he left the post completely. And I'm there like, is he in the bathroom? Did he pass out? What was it? No, he had left the guard gate, and I called the police because we had 4 cars that were staggered back to back. And here's this individual coming from the Bob Graham Elementary in the Winn-Dixie area, and I'm going like, where were you? Oh, I was on break. Break? You don't leave your post. So I have that police report also. This is not a one-time. This has been happening for quite some time. This is the safety of your guards. Not only is it the service that your company renders to this town. So I hope that this is taken care of and that we can move forward in a healthy way and it gets taken care of.
Anyone else? All right, seeing nothing further, thank you all. And we are now on item 16H, Miami Lakes Connect app by Vice Mayor Morera. You're recognized to introduce your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our town has long been committed to improving the use of technology to enhance transparency and open lines of effective communication with residents and business owners. In this spirit, I'd like to have a discussion with you guys about making certain improvements to the Miami Lakes Connect app. I will say, this originally started off as a very angry MBI, but I have to give a huge amount of credit to both Claricel and
Herman.
Thank you, Edmang, who sat with me and addressed a lot of the issues that the app had without the need to bring it up here. But now that they addressed that, I wanted to address some improvements that can be made. So the app is now working fine. It's working as it should. But I think it can be a little bit better. It could work for our residents a little better, and this is some of the stuff that I was thinking that we could do. So right now, under the Home app, I'm not going to actually read this entire thing. Honestly, it's a lot. I recommend you read it. If anyone has any specific questions, I'm happy to answer it, but right now I'll just move to adopt my recommendation within the written new business item.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, motion carries. All right, so 16I by Councilman Sanchez, median expansion on Northwest 77th Avenue and 154th Street.
So this is somewhat of a second part to to my last item. Coming out of 77th Avenue is a right turn only, but there are a lot of drivers and even 18-wheelers to the point that they come out, they ignore the right turn only, and they come out and they make a left to even just, not last week, but the week prior, there were multiple 18-wheelers that were blocking all 4 lanes of Miami Lakes Drive because of how long they were and causing heavy traffic because they were doing it at peak hours. So instead of placing a police officer there, I do believe that it's something that I've driven around, like the Coral Gables area, whereas a right turn only on the median comes out enough to where cars that try to make that left instead of a right would have to go over the median and prevent them from making that left, is to start thinking of ideas. And this is just a very initial draft of what can be done. Is the red arrow that I put there on the upper left portion of the picture to have drivers make that right instead of coming out and making a left and blocking all 4 lanes and increasing the volume of traffic going westbound on Miami Lakes Drive.
Okay, so that is the item. Is there a second?
Is there a motion?
I thought I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear the motion.
I'll second it, but I'm sorry, did you address the pork chop possibility as an alternative fix? Or
That's something that I have seen in the past. However, I know we have one in the residential area that's on the southwest corner of 67th Avenue and 167th, but that is very easily to completely bypass. Because if you come out just enough, you can completely bypass it and still make a left. This will completely prevent it because it's a much bigger extension, and it would also lend itself to annex a point of frustration for certain drivers that are coming west of Miami Lakes Drive. Some drivers, in order to bypass that, they go into the turning lane, even though they're not going to turn, and back up at the front, they cut back into traffic, backing up all the traffic that's going westbound on Miami Lakes Drive. And it's a point of frustration if, you're doing the right thing, you're following the law, and not trying to bypass everyone, and then you see someone up ahead, cut in front of everybody else. So, that's something that's just in the planning phase. It's something that I would like to work with Omar. And see what we can come up with to have a more permanent solution to have drivers not make that left.
Okay, any discussion?
Just point of inquiry, I'm sorry, I didn't catch what the motion itself was.
Is to
For staff to come back with a recommendation on what this would look like cost, all that?
Okay.
Exactly.
So then, on that note, my only comment is I agree with the mayor. I like what did you call it, a pork chop? That's what it's called. That's cool. But I also echo Councilmember Sanchez's concern. I just say make a tall pork chop.
Yeah, and the one that Councilmember Sanchez is referring to up there on 67th, across from the fire station, is very ineffective.
Yeah,
but there are
extremely.
some that are much, much more effective, and we can work on that with staff, and we can
But as far as coming back with proposals, I'm good with that.
I have one comment.
Councilman Fernandez.
Real quick, if it could be, I would like for it to be filled in with grass if we end up doing something like that, and not cement.
Say that again?
Not pavers would be okay. I
Yeah.
would be open to pavers or continue
We have pavers there now.
Okay, I would be okay with pavers. Just
Any additional comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And we are now done with the new business items. Councilman Herzberg, you are recognized for your report, and then we will adjourn.
Thank you, Mayor. Legislation is still pending. We'll see what happens during the remaining of the session. I'll probably come back to you guys in June or July with ideas of alternate options based off the outcome. That's all.
And lastly, did I understand correctly that today is your anniversary, Mr. Vice Mayor?
It is.
Well, congratulations and happy anniversary to you and Cal.
Thank you.
So, all right, with that, the time is 10:36 p.m. We are now adjourned.